by TKG. Beer Art USA is going to be up next. As the carts begin to form down the front stretch, let's take it through your starting lineup for the first of our support class mains. KA100 JR yesterday had, unfortunately, a bit of a woe early and then a second one, to the point that the race took over a full hour. This is the grid here for the first half of the field. The rest of them you'll see over the next 20 laps, with KA100 JR kicking off our coverage for main events here exclusive to KC Premium members. 20 laps, Tristan Murphy, Nathan Dupuis, and after a lengthy red flag plague Saturday main, Sunday's main is green.
Tristan Murphy, the driver, starting from the pole position, trying to see if he can optimize that and come out of turn number 7 and 8 with the lead, and I believe he did. They'll work their way through the corner right now. 1, 2, 3 drivers off the racetrack on the outside of turn number 7. All 3 look like they're going to be able to claw their way back out onto the racetrack. Xander, we're into turn number 11 for the first time. Couple drivers covering off the bottom. Otherwise, it looks like the majority of the top 10, top 15 already single file.
Yeah, so far so good here for the field for the majority. Again, a couple together. That's Katowski involved. It looks like one of the Jackson Elefante, the 812 involved as well. That's going to be one of the RPGs. Luca Popescu.
Oh no!
Had to start tail end of the field there back in 39th, and he's going to fall, well, a little bit further back in this 45 car field. But one lap on the time charts. They'll get the full song for the first time down the back straightaway, and Nate Dogg leads us into 6.
Yeah, Travis Pettit further back. One driver quickly moved to the outside to try to get a spot, so he'll be on the inside coming into that corner as well. That's a little further back. That was for like 10th or 11th. Nonetheless, as you said, Dupuis has gone to the lead. Nate Dupuis in the number 841 out front here, pushing Tristan Murphy. Back actually into third is Colt Medeiros coming through as well.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He has been inside the top 10 in both divisions a good bit this weekend. It has been a little bit of a struggle to stay there or mainly go a little bit further up, because he's just been kind of bobbing above water at that cut line. But now P2 here to start this main event. He's looking good. And behind him, you can see the pressure starting to mount for Lourenco Varela. He's got Jose Alejandro Helfin on him. And then it is Alexander Vanchev. Nate Golseth on the move with a great start in the Arcane Tony kart. And Mad Max Weiland on the Magic kart back there. Finally having some good juju here today.
Here comes a move for Medeiros to the inside. Book it. He's through in turn number 6. Cole Medeiros goes to the lead here on lap number 3. Again, 20 laps long. We'll keep an eye on Alexander Vanchev, your double winner from yesterday, to see if he's able to work his way from deeper in the field. He fell back a couple of spots here into the top 10. Going to have to fight his way back forward. And whoa, Varenko aggressive going into turn 11.
Yeah, and roughed up Murphy to the point that he's going to lose about 5 spots, and he could lose a lot more if he can't hang on to it. Right here, Pettit inside, another one. How about Easton Cruz? Peanut getting up in the mix there on the High Five Performance Red Speed.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Murphy went a little further off the racetrack than he wanted coming out of turn number 14. Dropped a couple of wheels, I think. You've got to stop the bleeding in turn 13, Xander. When you come through there, I don't care what you're doing, you've got to cover off the bottom of 14.
Down the back straightaway, top 2, a little bit of a gap, 3 cars together, Orbezo on his own, and then a huge gap, or a huge gaggle of them. And it's going to back up, I think, more so now. Pettit, side by side. I think he got around Easton Cox there. And then Weiland and Murphy still are picking up the pieces.
It's Orbezo back in, I think, 6th position. This is going to be the test here right now for Alexander Vanchev. What does he have here? He's P5. We're early on. We're only working lap number 4 of the 20-lap main event. Can he take things into control here and work his way back to the lead? He had such a good run yesterday, coming off a really strong Florida Winter Series as well. This will be a program here for him to be able to say, listen, I don't care where I am, I'll be able to eventually work my way forward.
4 laps in, 16 laps to go here as we settle in, Rob. And thankfully, the KA junior class that the juniors yesterday didn't behave themselves well when it came to a lot of low lining early, are starting to, spread out in the way that I think the race won't see too much of that till much later on, because the top 9 having the gap they are in the middle of the field going back and forth like this, you have that white lining when someone does it really early, and then the pack's got to get 10 deep. When we see a race start to shake out this way, where there is contact, unfortunately, as Davis Henry he goes around and turns 8 and 9. But, I mean, it's just slowly spreading apart. If we make it to, like, this point in the race, lap 4, lap 5, and there's, you know, a couple car length gaps between people, you're not really going to see that unless a kid is hell-bent on backing everybody up. And right now, Cole Medeiros, he's focused forward. He's putting in some consistent lap times. Jose Halfin the same. They're running nice.
Yeah, for Medeiros, the lap times he's laying down right now, 46.499. 56.499 rather. Dupuis 56.5. Halfin, though, he's the one that's bringing Varela along with him, as we talked about. You can see that Vanchev's actually fallen back a little bit. In fact, he may be getting challenged here by Orbezo. He does. Orbezo gets through, and Vanchev goes back to 6th.
Nico Orbezo has had a lot of exciting maneuvers this weekend. Hopefully he can put some of those to good use in the closing stages of this main event, because he's got the speed to do it. The Iron Rock Motorsports camp has been based out of Houston for many years. We watched the replay. Yeah, there you see the Arcane machine in the middle. That might have been Hamza Anbar, and he was alongside one of the Paralins, and that Davis Henry tried to set up an over-under, but 3 wide there. It just doesn't really work. There's the lane narrows too quickly to make it safe.
And they all start turning into the corner as well, right?
Yeah,
they're already kind of on the entry. You're not, unless you're alongside them and being able to control kind of the apex of the turn in, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Look at this, though, Xander. Let's line them up front. First it was 2, now it is 4. Medeiros, Dupuis, Halfin, and Varela, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jose Halfin, the best of the Rawlson Performance Group camp, because right now Alexander Vanchev just doesn't quite have that little edge on everyone. Last time by, obviously losing a spot to Orbezo wasn't a good read on lap time. He's now in 6th, Orbezo up to 5th, but Vanchev needs to hope that Kart comes to him or learn a little bit from the little guy in front of him. Nico Orbezo doing a great job on his rookie season, by the way, in junior. We talked about a lot of rookies in the pro classes. There are quite a few standout stars to talk about. This year's class is impressive, but there's a lot of really, really talented mini Swift stars that have moved up to junior, and well, they're getting a taste of what it's like to race wheel to wheel right there. That was one of them. I believe that may have been Jackson Gibson getting pushed into the dirt.
There's some good stuff going on here a little further back here, because we've got some guys putting down good lap times. Max Weiland had the fast lap for a bit there. Now it's Easton Cox. Now we're seeing this fight with these guys a little bit further back, right? That's the 830 right there of Mason Kuhn. You got Jackson Gibson in there. David Ybarra is the driver on the CRG in that group. Nathan Golseth, the local Texas driver, right in the middle of that fight, all within the top 15.
Yeah, Nathan Golseth's weekend compared to where he was a month ago at the Texas Sprint Series, much rougher, but it's starting to maybe turn around a little bit here today, albeit that was still not a great start from the 9th position. This kind of battling up front is what he needs, and the rest of the field does, to get back into it. Lourenco Varela now P3, Halfin back to 4th, and that's going to kind of bridge that gap back to Nico Orbezo. He's within a second. Yeah,
I was going to say Orbezo and Vanchev potentially able to get themselves back in there with that little scrap. You can see right there visually how much it is still. Down to the carburetor there for Vanchev. Big move to the inside. New leader, Nate Dupuis, to the inside of turn number 6. And oh, look who comes with him. Wow. Medeiros is trying to hold on, not go all the way back to 4th. He'll go back to 3rd because Varela is up on the wheel in a big way. He saw the opening, threw that barrel in there. He goes to P2.
Big move there for Lourenco. So this weekend here for Lourenco Varela, under the tutelage of Mateus Morgado, Lucas Nogueira, and that PSL group, I mean, this has been a breakout weekend for him. He was good in kind of spurts and bursts through the winter series, but kicking off this regular season, joining the American contingent, the North American contingent to be exact here in this lead group, Rob. We've got a Canadian leading, a Canadian in 3rd, and a couple of international superstars like Brazil's Lourenco Varela and Jose Halfin, also, I believe, hailing from South America, back in 4th, trying to keep his eyes on the lead. See if he can take 3rd away as Varela gets shuffled back. And now it's Canada, 1-2.
Jason Murphy, great stuff. Dupuis, Medeiros, 1-2. This is great racing, but a lot of racing as well. Vanchev's been able to go back to the lead of that next group, which is a big one too. We got the 4 drivers up front. Then we got 5 more drivers in the fight here for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And I'll tell you, Max Weiland has been one of the most impressive drivers here early on. He's +4, Xander. He's up to 7th and has had that fast lap of the race a couple of times. Boom! To the inside, a turn number 14. Move him up into P5.
Side by side and back to single file when they hit the regular S's. Max Weiland on the move here this weekend for the Magic Kart crew. They were hoping for probably a little bit more out of AJ Myers' camp, but the rough heat races made it difficult for him to kind of make some more strides. A top 10 in that main event, all he could muster, but his protege, Max Weiland, trying to march into the lead pack. He's now been shuffled back to 6th, and he's going to need fighting again here amongst this quartet to bring him back close, because another pass means another 2/10 loss. I already call it 2/10 moving that move back, and I think he may have just gotten shuffled again in turns 8 and 9. No, he hung on to it, and I think actually got a little gap. Travis Pettit, the one on the move. He's able to get by Manchev and or Bezos. Slick move. At
the halfway point right now, big movers. Valentino Santian started all the way back in 45th. He's up to 23rd. 22 spots over 10 laps for Santian, and now try to close in here on Jago Lempet. A little further up at 18 up is Carson Berry, started 38th. He's now into the top 10 as well, plus 11s for Ciro Flamini. Though within the top 15, really the biggest movers, Travis Pettit, Xander, plus 7. Started 14th. He has split the difference. He's gone into P7.
Yeah, Travis Pettit on that TV Kart USA team. They are probably pitted in the worst spot, by the way, Rob, all the way out by Domino's Pizza. They are the last 10 before the driveway. It's normally car parking out there because the paddock has overflowed into every last piece of asphalt and facility room there is. And that's because there's so many go-karts that all want to fight for the win. Like Cole Medeiros, they're getting through into second. And now with Medeiros and Halfin and Dupuis and Varela fighting, Weiland and Orbezo, they have new life here. They were 1.9 back at the end of last lap. How much does that gap go down this time? Oh yeah, 1.49. That was a half-second bite into the lead.
Tough one here for Alexander Vanchev right now. Was the dominant driver getting that victory yesterday. He's got himself into the 8th position now. He was up to 5th or 4th at one point. Actually, I think 5th. He's now fallen back to 8th. You'll see him kind of in the tail there behind Pettit. Here goes Medeiros. He's going to go back to the lead again. Halford had the spot, but Cole Medeiros goes back to P1. This is a young driver who has been improving over the last couple of years. I think starting to get used to being up front right now. He's had a number of races. He's won some big races here in Q1 as well, 2025. He's now just expecting to be up there. And that's we talk about momentum, but that's the other one. It's momentum and it's confidence. And that's something that Cole Medeiros seems to have here to start 2025.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros and Racing Edge Motorsports, they don't have a ton of karts here this weekend as Lorenzo Varela swaps spots there up again for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But they had that big announcement, Rob, now that they are expanding to, I believe, REM Materials. Is that the official terminology?
Yeah, Racing Edge Materials, I believe. Still REM, but Racing Edge Materials, yeah.
So Racing Edge Materials kind of expanded to be more of a distribution hub and a one-stop shop for more than just a top-tier race team based out of Canada, dealing in the entire OTK product line. So it's been a busy offseason for them as well. And this would be a great way to make that long trek back home up north, as the season's probably getting up to, or gearing up to start here not long from now for most of those racetracks.
Yeah, indeed. Anywhere north of the kind of like that snow line we get, it's going to be looking to get started here in April. And, of course, many series starting in April up in Canada, more likely into the month of May before you get the first races of the year. But that's why we get so many Canadians that come down and are part of the Winter Series programs, whether it's East Coast or West Coast. And, of course, down here, kick off things with the Winter Nationals as well.
Across the line this time, 15 laps showing as we work lap 15. 6 officially remain in this 20-lapper, and the lead group stays as the same 4. Every time that second group's gotten close, they've fought and lost ground. Now again, they have fought a little bit. Weiland's gone past Orbezo, but more importantly, Orbezo's faded back and is going to lose more as Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy are getting down the inside and past him. Pettit now is going to be up a net gain of 8 spots. Weiland up a net gain of 6. Murphy's just trying to make up for lost ground after that brutal start that he had from the pole.
I was going to say, Murphy, again, if Pettit's the guy to get with somebody and try to work your way back forward. They got by Orbezo, both Pettit and Murphy. Murphy just went purple on that last lap there on the 8-11. There's Pettit, there's Murphy, and they're going to try to dig their way forward. Orbezo's right behind them. Pettit's got open racetrack now. That's the key thing. What is the gap between now Weiland back to Pettit? See when they come across the line. Pettit's going to move up into the 6th position, and the gap is now just 0.8 of a second. He was very similar in lap time, exactly that of Weiland, but Weiland was a half a second faster than Halpin on that one as well. And you can see how things are really starting to catch up. Look at Weiland there, Xander. He is right up there with Halpin, and he's going to fill the gap as they come through. He'll be right on the back of Dupuis coming out of turn number 6.
And he's going to try it. Maybe a little bit early there, Max, but you got time. There's still plenty of laps left. We know there's going to be potential defending that could back him up more, so be patient. Make your move at the right time. Again, if Gavin Bailiff would have bumped Billy Musgrave out of the way with the white flag coming, not the checkers, he probably would have got it back in spades. There's a time and a place for every maneuver when you're at this point in the race, and mainly when you're as far back position-wise as Max, because you cannot afford to get trapped in a fight for 4th or for 3rd or for 2nd if you want to keep the leader within range.
16 laps down, 4 to go, working lap 17. And it's the front 4 drivers have been pretty much locked together here. They've swapped spots for sure. We've had different guys out front. But right now, Medeiros, the little bit of an advantage over Varela. Make it 5 drivers in the lead group. Let's see whether or not Weiland can be the disruptor. Does he come in here and start making things happen? Or does Medeiros pull away here over the last couple laps? Xander, have a look at these last couple laps. He was 2/10 quicker than Varela on the last lap. Here goes Weiland to the inside of Dupuis. He'll go to 4th. If they start racing for 2nd, Medeiros may be able to pull away here.
Cole Medeiros looking for what I would believe, Rob, to be national main event win number 1 right now. And he's headed towards the 3-lap to go signal, which isn't a signal yet, but the double sticks will hit the next time by, and that will be both either a signal for one of 2 things to Lourenco Varela and Jose Halpin to tell them, all right, give up, start fighting for 2nd. Everybody knows it's crunch time, the race is over, or now is our chance to make one last heave, one last push forward. You see Varela wants help.
Yeah, he does.
But of course he does, as he's the one leading the charge.
Yeah, anytime you're in that position, you're tapping that helmet. If you're the guy behind, you normally just try to pass that driver.
Yeah.
Not many times do we see a lot of these guys work together, especially if you got different color chassis and different color racing suits. But right now, last time by, Medeiros' lead was almost 0.6 of a second. He was a full 1/10 of a second quicker than Varela. You can see it visually now how much farther forward he is. And really it's going to come down to Halpin. What does he do here? Does he try to help Varela, or does he try to go by to go to P2?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Rob. What do you do right now if you're Jose Halpin, right? 2 laps to go. You've got maybe a chance to push Varela forward. If you do, you know Medeiros will block. You know Varela's going to be having to probably make that pass more so into the last lap. So if you go now, you're betting the house on yourself, and I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's got Weiland trying to come with him, and Weiland with a bit of wheel in it coming through turn number 3. So move Halpin up into 2nd. Weiland on the Magic Kart, curling up onto the podium in 3rd. But Halpin, like you said, and I like the way you put it, he's going to bet on himself. They had closed it within a half a second. They'll see the white flag this time by. Jose Alejandro Halpin going to try to chase after Medeiros here. It'll be 1 to go when they get back to the stripe.
Yeah, 1 lap remaining. Jose Halpin, Lourenco Varela, Cole Medeiros. Oh, Max Weiland deep on the brakes there to the inside. And he will get past on Halpin now, but the gap is 3/4 of a second, Rob. This is going to be a big task here, and Weiland, I don't know if he's going to be far enough ahead to not have to block at the end of the back straightaway.
Well, this is it. Halpin's going to try to go back by. And there's your answer there. Cole Medeiros, if he runs a good lap here, is going to come away with the race win. Weiland's going on defense. He gets the shot from behind from Halpin. Here comes Dupuis through as well. Xander, the fight is going to be for P2. Medeiros, the Canadian out front.
We saw this yesterday in X30 Junior. 3rd and 2nd could change hands. Don't count out Dupuis or Lourenco Varela, who gets over the curbing and alongside. Nowhere to go for him, though. Here comes Tristan Murphy back of the screen. Cole Medeiros is going to get a huge margin of victory on paper, but it was almost this group bearing down on him. Now they're bearing down for the final medal spots here on the podium, Rob, into the last turn.
Here they come, coming across the line. Medeiros will get the race win, and the battle will see Max Weiland come home in 2nd, Halpin 3rd, Varela 4th, and it's Dupuis in 5th, and Murphy fighting his way back up into P6. Weiland able to run the inside line coming into turn number 14. 2.3 seconds to win for Medeiros as he is out of the chaos and got just far enough in front to let the rest of the drivers in the back fight for P2 on the podium.
How about that? We get a first-time winner, 2 races in a row on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Gavin Bailiff provisionally, and Cole Medeiros here, although this one I think should be a little bit easier for Race Control to put their stamp of approval on. Max Weiland, Jose Halfin, Varela Dupuy, and onwards, and then down through the rest of your 44 driver field. We end this one here, Rob. 40 of them crossing the line all the way down to Braden Westfall. Only a couple unable to make it to the end. Let's go to the scale lines live here with Cole Medeiros.
Yeah, good job, man. I don't have a clutch. Cole, give me a hug. You did this so bad.
Cole, let's talk about that race there. It looks straightforward. I see the cast on the hand. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, it was kind of hard at the beginning of the race to maintain the pace with the draft of this track, but I ended up getting the lead at the end of the race and then just been consistent laps and then ended up winning.
How does it feel?
It feels great.
Who would you like to thank for this race victory here, Cole?
REM, my parents, everybody helped me.
Congratulations, Cole. You're a national race winner.
Thank you.
Cole Medeiros and Racing Edge Motorsports, or Racing Edge Materials, now in 2025. Victorious in KA Junior. It'll take a few moments to wrap this one up, and you can see the raw emotion of what it means to win a SuperKarts USA Pro Tour National, just in general, a SuperKarts USA Major. It takes every bit. It is so much more than just the driver, the family, the team, and beyond to be able to make it happen and to stand on top of the podium, and that's what it means. We're one in of our support class double feature mains, capping the day off with Pro X30, but Micro Swift, the youngest superstars on the Pro Tour, are up next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
be on row number 2. Brody Stoffel and Jack Katowski, row 3. Joey Zhu and Bo Wyatt on row number 4. Row 5, Liam Francisco, 214 alongside Aiden Go. Watch for Francisco and Go to be quickly on the move up front. Caden Cladera starting on the 6th row alongside Brody Brown in 11th and 12th respectively. Lennox Lockhart going to roll from 13th, your winner from yesterday, starting all the way back at 13th alongside Liam Astalis. And then we'll have Trey Sanders and Yusuf Adi on row 8. Tristan Francisco and Max Santana on row 9. Micah Porter alongside Pedro Cueto on row number 10. Well, we'll look further back in the field as well here for the remainder of the 31 kart grid. There's one of your favorite drivers there. Make sure you get a chance to follow them through here. Bossy and Bishop on row number 11. Chavari and Sanders on row 12. Garza and Garcia on row 13. Knifick and Strayer, row 14. Flores and Lee on row 15. And Brody, tail of the field. Watch for potentially Mason Brody and Marcelo Flores to dig themselves from deep in the hole. Zeb Gottschalk will lead them down here as we get set to roll with 18 laps of Micro Swift Racing. We are underway right now. Green, 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 and race into turn number 1. So indeed, underway right now with this Micro Swift category. Those drivers working their way through turn number 11, now 12 and 13, the opening lap. We'll get that one in here for you. Watch these drivers hopefully get themselves just settled in a little bit. Single file for the most part. A couple of drivers double wide working through turn number 14. The opening lap, always the best opportunity to make that initial overtake. But then, of course, after that, you got to really start to go to work and figure out who's around you, who's in front of you, where's my best place, where am I better? You heard talking to some of the drivers earlier today, I was a bit better here, he was a bit better there. You heard that from Billy Musgrave as well, talking about the fact that he was a little bit better than Gavin Bailiff. In one part, Gavin was better at other corners. That's one of the things, Senator, you got to learn. You got to figure out where you're better than drivers so you can set that pass up a couple of turns forward.
Yeah, no doubt. You have to be a student. You have to be thinking the entire way out there, especially because moments like that can happen at any point, but a lot of times it's about placing yourself where no one has the chance to potentially put you in a compromising spot. At least that's what I always would say to any drivers that I was developing or coaching, or any young drivers that may ask some basic tips here. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm at the level of Gavin Bailiff, Billy Musgrave, or any of our pros that are out on the field, but it's all about not giving someone the chance to ruin your day, because 9 times out of 10, they can. And it may not just be a crash. We saw, obviously, drivers pushing each other into the marbles, into the water, down the straightaway yesterday with the standing water. There's so many things that happen that, yeah, you think, oh, that guy just drove into me in turn 9. But you gave him a chance to get there in 9 by what you did in turn 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, leading all the way up to it. So there's so much to learn, and I think that's what's as well good about having what we call rhythm sections on these racetracks, right, Rob? And that's this section right here, this back and forth hairpin, this rhythm of it all. Get out of rhythm, and you're going to get passed. Make the wrong moves, passing where, you try to make a move, but the move breaks the rhythm up as well, and it's going to go bad. But if you're able to make it like the best can, where you barely even notice that the carts change hands, that's how you do it.
That's it. The minute you lose that timing for one corner, you're always going to be behind on timing. A couple drivers are way to the outside of the track there, picking up some of the marbles. You can see it on the outside of the racetrack, how much of that clag is out there.
I think there's more than just clag. The 278, Aiden Go picked up a cone, and he drug a cone around for about half a lap. The Paralyn driver, who was wicked quick in our pre-final, is now back to 9, 4 seconds away, and the cone flew off down the straightaway. Our camera crew was frantically trying to let us know here because there was so much to talk about and to catch up on for me and you, Rob, that we may not have touched on it when it was happening, but Aiden Go, oh no, and off the racetrack for another Paralyn. That was the 241, but Wyatt, I believe.
Yeah, Wyatt went off on the outside there of turn number 7. Hey, listen, at least for Aiden Go, he hasn't fallen down that much. He's still in the 8th position. He started 10th, he's up into 8th, so even with an extra passenger for a half a lap and that cone, he's still able to run where he is right now with lots of laps remaining. 18 laps, a couple laps short from the 20-lap mains we've seen in the other categories here. But up front right now, Zev Godchuk in the 221 leads the way. But look at that next group. Second, third, and fourth are locked together. They haven't raced so far, and they're actually a bit quicker than Godchuk, so they may be able to start shipping into that 0.7 of a second lead. That next trio includes Howard, Westbrook, and Brody Stoffel.
Brody Stoffel's day started with a pretty deep qualifying effort. He has since clawed his way well up the leaderboard in the 229 JHDD machine. Now from what was a row 9 starting spot to 4th on the grid is already a win, but he has a great chance to get in the main event win picture and conversation if he just keeps on doing what he's doing. This pack here, on the other hand, they're a little bit far from the big scope of things here. Turn 11 even, this 4-car pack, 2 to 3 seconds away from the leaders. There's a chance even if Hudson Howard, Dutch Westbrook, and Brody Stoffel aren't careful, Rob, and 7/10 back, that Zev Godchuk could walk away.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen that a lot throughout this weekend as well. That's kind of the key.
That was Brody Brown, I believe. No, Jack Katowski was side by side with, might have been Aiden Go. Might have actually been Aiden or Joey Joe. I don't know for sure. I don't believe either one of those drivers are a Bennick. That looked like a Bennick.
Look at that gap right now, Zane. That's 3 seconds with this lead quartet out away of the next group. I will give a shout out right now to Marcelo Flores. How about up 17 over the first 5 laps? Started 29th. Flores is already into the 12th position right now. He's about a half a second behind Tristan Francisco, but was quicker by a half a second on that lap.
There he is, third in line on this pack that we've dropped back to catch there, Marcelo Flores. Great call there, Rob. And now Jack Katowski to the inside of Aiden Go. This is that second group that's about 4 seconds away, led by Tyler Blackwood and Joey Joe. Blackwood was the Bennick. So that was the 218 of Tyler Blackwood for 5th. That was side by side with Katowski. And now he's 5th. Katowski 7th in the middle. Joey Joe in 6th on the RPG Cosmic. Aiden Go there with the yellow helmet is 8th. And then Lennox Lockhart, yesterday's feel-good winner on the Velocity Racing Sodi, back in 9th as they trade the 6th spot again, this time Katowski around Zoe.
Brody Stoffel was the fastest driver on that last lap, and he's the tail of that front-running quartet, so he's in a really good position right now. The speed is there, obviously. There's only a half a second separating that entire group. They're essentially nose to tail.
6.5 laps in, still a long way to roll here with this one. Tyler Blackwood back to Jack Katowski in that middle group, and up front, a little bit of changing there. Hudson Howard, Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel. They had just spent the last few laps tracking down Zev Godchuk. They got to his bumper, and then it looked like they might have gone side by side a little bit in turn number 11. Either that, or Zev is putting in such a good middle sector and infield run at this racetrack that they are not able to close up the gap. If they gain time on the straightaways pushing, they lose it in the turns. But I think it's more so the former. I think they've been getting right up to his bumper and then going side by side. Let's see what this time down the backstretch looks like. Dutch Westbrook, big shove to Hudson. No change there, and they will finally line up single file as we go side by side for 5th. Katowski, whoa. Blackwood nearly to the edge of the racetrack. Hangs on, but they'll go back and forth for 5th still.
Katowski was a little wide coming through turn number 7, not able to get down to the point where he was able to over-under, so it looked like he was trying to get the job done, but look at the gap. He's there now. Katowski has moved his way into 5th, but way around the outside comes the 218, and they'll have a bit of contact on the exit there as Blackwood went way wide coming around the corner.
He did. Tyler Blackwood now back with Lennox Lockhart, looking for 8th to take away from him here. From a moment ago, he was 5th and leading this pack to try and get up to the leaders. They lost 1.5 seconds to the lead group on that lap alone. So these packs, I don't think at any point, Rob, even though we're only 8 laps into a 18-lap feature, are going to come back together. And for a kid like Lennox Lockhart, it's a lesson about qualifying. We talked about Zane Burgess in the mini-swift class and the hard lessons he's having to learn from the kid who dominated this micro division last year, that sometimes it's painful to go through a whole day as the young drivers develop and understand the importance of every bit of the big picture, right? And this here for Lennox Lockhart, a win yesterday, and realizing how critical, how important qualifying has to be prioritized, because you're at the mercy of a lot of other drivers if you have to get through the field, because the front of the pack, they can play nice like this, talk to each other, push together, get away. The middle may not.
We got a couple of teammates working here, the two Bennick teammates and the two J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic teammates working together here as well, Xander. You can see they're currently running 1-2 and 3-4 as now Brody Stoffel's been able to get by Hudson Howard. Westbrook went by him down in turn number 6 on the last lap. So the two Bennick pilots trying to pull away. Zev Gottschalk and Dutch Westbrook run 1-2. Can they pull away a little bit, or does Stoffel have what it takes to reel them back in?
I don't know. Brody Stoffel's speed has taken him all the way up to the cusp of the lead. I think that he could continue to do so, even against the likes of Zev Gottschalk, who has really been flawless for these opening 9.5 laps around SpeedSports here, right at the exact halfway marker in turn number 11 right now. And, I mean, you can look at this, the time charts, just to see the deltas. This group back here, this is only 9th, 10th, and 11th. They're on a completely different section of the racetrack that our camera has time to go back and catch after fully following the leaders through. This middle group here finally starting to get a bit tame as Blackwood gets a bit out of shape, hits the marbles, goes wide last turn, nearly clobbered Lennox Lockhart. Thankfully, he did not, and that's going to buy Lennox some more real estate.
Dutch Westbrook finished second place yesterday. Told me last night at the hotel that he was gunning for the race win here today. Did not want to settle for second again. That's where he runs now here with Gottschalk. Here's that next group with 8 to go. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Marcelo Flores up 19 positions. He's now into the top 10. What a great drive for Flores. Up 19, as I said. He's 2.2 seconds behind this group we're watching right now, but he was about a 10th quicker than Blackwood on the last time by. So if they keep racing, you never know. Flores could get a chance to get back in the fight there.
Middle pack, led by the 217 of Brody Brown, as there's problems. Jack Katowski, Aiden Go, spun and into the mud, and they are done right there, Rob. Stuck way deep in the grass here at SpeedSports, fighting for 5th.
Yeah, that was 5th and 6th. They were the front end of that group. Again, that's going to shake everything up. It's going to bring Lennox Lockhart up a little bit. Think about that championship-wise as well. Lennox Lockhart's going to gain a couple of spots after that win yesterday. Again, he's thinking about championship. Here comes Stoffel. He's thinking about the lead. He'll go to the inside. Book it. New leader, Brody Stoffel, the P1.
Big move, and the first one of the entire race. It's hard to believe, Rob, that since the drop of the green, pretty much, it's been all Zev Gottschalk, and it's taken us all the way to lap 12 to finally see a change. And speaking of change here, overcast skies changing the conditions now for these drivers as we get deeper into the afternoon on this Sunday to close the Winter Nationals out. How much does that change the track surface temperature? Caleb said it was 107 degrees before the pros shifters went out. Probably dropping a little, but it's definitely heating up when it comes to the on-track activity. Another new leader, Dutch Westbrook. You said he wants it.
Yeah,
he's showing it.
Stoffel goes from 1st to 4th. Here's the replay here of the incident we saw before. Katowski down to the inside, Go's trying to go with him. Go climbs up and over the top of Jack Katowski.
Yeah, that is painful to watch there. Jack Katowski, that is one tough kid. See Go trying to set it up, and then he also, I think, realized as he was getting out of the corner that the RPG of Joey Joe was starting to look to go 3 wide with an even bigger crossover, and yeah, just, again, running out of racetrack at the end of turn number 11, a tale we've told many times this weekend.
Just couldn't quite get the over-under done. He saw the move, got to the inside after Katowski blocked low, but just couldn't clear the right front to the left rear and climbed up over top, and both those drivers now out of the race into the tail of the field. In fact, they're dead last. They'll finish 30th and 31st, respectively, Go and Katowski. Tough one for Jack Katowski, coming off, of course, that run yesterday where he ended up finishing on the podium, his first national podium.
This time through the S's here for the top 4. Another lap goes into the books. Dutch Westbrook, Zev Gottschalk, Hudson Howard, Brody Stoffel as we kind of shuffle down the board. Marcelo Flores is now up a net of 21 positions, and he's not alone. Mason Brody with Nash Motorsports up 20 spots to get to 11th right now. 2 kids that have come from way back here in this grid with still laps to get some more.
13 laps down, so 5 laps remaining here before we get back around. And here we have again the 2 Bennick drivers out front. This time it's Dutch Westbrook leading the way. Not for long, as here comes Zev Gottschalk to the inside. Westbrook's going to try to over-under him coming out of the corner. They'll go side by side into turn number 11 through 12 and now down to 13. Godshock's going to take it. Here comes to the inside. Howard looking to see if he can't get by. Godshock, no, not quite.
Yeah, not quite there. Another lap comes by the timing loop here. This time, Dutch Westbrook inching closer to the end of this main event, trying to secure another big win. Zev Godshock from Curacao. So many big moments this year, but he has not yet tasted victory. The young man here, I believe, is still only 7 years old. He's on the lower end of the age group.
That's amazing.
He is driving incredibly well. Of course, his brother Win here with us this weekend. He's looked good also. Been fun to watch big brother charge up the grid. And Mini Swift, he's getting ready for his main event later on this afternoon.
Again, laps winding down. The two Bennett drivers trying to pull away a little bit. Remember, we saw both Hudson Howard and Brody Stoffel try to make some moves there. Didn't quite play out well. So Howard back in third, trying to get a little help there from Stoffel. He'll push him out of turn number 12 back to 13 here. Indeed, they've got to get close. Otherwise, it's going to be the two Bennetts battling it out. They need to get good runs through third 14 and 15. Little bit of a gap right now, and the Bennetts are locked up 1 and 2.
3 laps to go. Now, last updates here. The last time we kind of checked a little bit further back, Lennox Lockhart has since moved himself up and into the 5th position. It is still an 8-second, pretty much insurmountable gap for them back to the leaders up here in this group of 4. And from Lennox, Joey Joe, Tyler Blackwood, Bo Wyatt, sporting the Holtz driver development colors there into the 8th spot. Want to send, while we have a moment, a congratulations, Josh Holtz and Kayla Holtz. They had the birth of their first child this morning, Rob.
Wow,
and the Holtz DD team is trying to see what they can do to make the boss man proud here. Congratulations to the pair.
Yeah, I know that he was here on the track and had to leave. It was he got the call. Dude, you got to get home.
Oh, yeah.
It's happening. So, indeed, kudos to the Holtz family for sure. Back to the battle line now. 2 to go. 2 laps remaining. Westbrook giving a little signal to Godshock. Let's keep working together here. And indeed, Howard and Stoffel, 3rd and 4th. Like you said, a big gap back to Lockhart. It's Zhu actually coming across in 5th. Blackwood in 6th. Lockhart 7th. Florid actually up to 7th. Lockhart's falling down the order here right now. Something might have happened to Lennox Lockhart, which is rough from where he was running.
Yeah, I don't know what would have been the cause there for Lennox. That was, completely out of the expectations. I thought he was starting to build a bit of a gap over Joey Joe. It might have been.
He's 11th now.
Wow.
Not sure what happened there to Lockhart. Laps winding down, though, Xander. They're going to get the white flag this next time by. Dutch Westbrook looking to get that 1 extra spot. Got himself a couple of Hershey chocolate bars last night. If that comes through for a race win, he'll be the thing he'll be going to every Saturday night. He's lost the lead, though, but here we are. Final lap. Godshock goes back to the lead. The two Jay Howard karts are right there once again with Howard and Stoffel.
2 teams that have been at the front lines of the micro and mini divisions here to start 2025 now have 2 kids apiece ready to go after it on the final lap. Zev Godshock, Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook makes the first move here on this last lap in turn 6.
And he gets it done. Great job for Godshock to tuck right back in. Howard not close enough to follow him through. He'll cover to the bottom of turn number 8 and 9. Time to stack things up. You know you're going to see a defensive run to the inside of turn 11. Godshock has a look over the shoulder to see what he's working with. Down to the bottom. Here comes Howard looking to the inside as well.
Howard didn't quite have the guts to follow and fill the gap. In fact, he ends up losing a spot. Brody Stoffel now gets to 3rd. Last lap, last turn. Westbrook, Godshock, an over-under attempt. Can Dutch hang on? And the home state kid to the line will be close and score it by barely an inch there at the line. 400s. He started celebrating, and I thought we were going to have another moment this month in a micro and mini class where the leader celebrates just a split second too early. I held my breath there for that one, Rob.
43 thousandths of a second, and it's a Bennett 1-2. And look at these kids, the 2 kids are celebrating together. Dutch Westbrook yesterday, 2nd, today, race winner. Hershey chocolate every Saturday night for Dutch Westbrook as he wins over his teammate Zev Godshock. Brody Stoffel coming home in 3rd, Hudson Howard 4th, Tyler Blackwood 5th, Marcelo Flores in the 6th spot, Bo Wyatt in 7th, Hayden Cladera in 8th, Mason Brody up 22 spots to go to 9th. Lennox Lockhart fighting his way back up to the top 10. Brody up 22, Flores up 23 to finish 6th.
So Marcelo Flores' big drive forward. Mason Brody's the same. And something as well on the last lap for Joey Joe as he falls back. But just listen to this. This is amazing. Dutch Westbrook, Zev Gottschalk, the excitement of a 1-2 and a great clean fight for the race win Micro Swift. Just like that, over the scales, looking for the right number for Dutch Westbrook, for Zev Gottschalk. And it's real. He's made the minimum weight and exceeded it, and Dutch Westbrook is your round 2 winner here in Micro Swift from SpeedSports Racing Park as he gets to enjoy the celebrations from friends and family outside the scales.
Nice. 1-2, baby.
Dutch, I actually told you to celebrate with your mom after this race, right? And you were very serious coming to the grid. How does it feel now getting this race win?
Really good.
Talk to me about that race, because it definitely wasn't easy. You and Zev were fast.
If Zev blocked, he would have probably won, so I would have got passed by all the J. Howard carts, so I had to make the pass.
Who would you like to thank for this race victory?
My mom, my dad, my family, my mechanic, Enzo, Juan, and my Nick, and my team, Binnick.
Congrats, Dutch.
Thank you.
You saw there, again, what happens when it goes a little bit wrong or a little bit sideways with a moment for Jack Katowski and Aiden Go fighting for P5. But Dutch Westbrook, big-time move, big-time plays. He's probably right. If he would have left the door open, someone else might have walked through. But either way, stands on top of the podium. Congratulations.
Yeah, listen, how about a pretty solid little interview as well for a micro driver?
Yeah.
Right? I like to see that.
Oh, he seemed about as comfortable and cool and collected about it as he could have been. There's a final look at the results here. Westbrooks, Gottschalk, Brody Stoffel, Hudson Howard, and Tyler Blackwood for your Micro Swift division. Master Shifter on deck next as we continue to cruise through the day. This has been a fun one to call, and thankfully it's cooled just a little bit. Let's take a look now at the starting lineup for Master Shifter. Scott Hargrove and Luis Gauthier will line up on row number 1. Scott Presti, yesterday's top qualifier and eventual winner after Victor Jimenez, the on-track provisional winner, ended up DQ. They roll from 3rd and 4th.
Daniel Perras and Pierce Baldos will be on road number 3. Luca Bortone back in it here with the factory cart number 622. He'll start in that 7th position alongside Larry Pegram. Justin Kelly and Jeff Mills on row 5. Cameron Cassells and Skitchy Barnes having a rough weekend here, starting at the tail of the field. Hopefully they've been able to dial that thing in, and Skitchy can have a race here that at least will allow him to leave SpeedSports with a decently positive mind.
Yeah, I mean, just something to make the sweet end of a bittersweet weekend. Otherwise, this weekend would be nothing but bitter and an uphill battle to keep that number 1 plate on that Maranello chassis for another season. He's at least, of course, getting to sport it all the way through our remaining 2 rounds on the year. The Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for round number 2 at the end of May, and Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Summer Nationals to crown our 2025 Pro Tour National Champions. And then the plates get re-racked for the Super Nationals. The road to Las Vegas got underway with the Winter Series. It continues here in Houston. Round 2, Master Shifter, 20 laps One stall in the middle, and we're green as Justin Kelly struggles to get off the line, but Scott Hargrove does not. Pull shot without question.
Yeah, big start for Hargrove. Good one as well for Gauthier to get into that second spot very quickly. Jimenez able to get ahead of Scott Presti as well. So Presti, who's been up front for a lot of this weekend, finds himself all the way back into fourth place here on the opening lap. Skitchy Barnes getting a couple of spots, maybe 3 or 4 actually here on the opening lap. So Barnes potentially up into 7th or 8th on the opening circuit. There's Scott Presti right there, who's now behind Jimenez. But here they go to the first time through turn 14, and we're underway.
Scott Hargrove to Luis Gauthier. We've seen Gauthier make some pretty aggressive and confident pass attempts, but Victor Jimenez has passed more go-karts in Master Shifter than anyone. He had to start dead last in yesterday's main. He had to start dead last in today's pre-final. Guess what? He's already up to 3rd, and he is bearing down on just 2 more that stand in the way from him, and a shot at redemption victory here in the Rocket Racing Company Master Shifter class.
He may have started last, but Scott Barnes right back to where he's kind of been the entire weekend, P7 on that Maranello. He'll see if he can go to work on here on Luca Bertone here. We'll find out whether or not they were able to find anything to make that Barnes machine quicker than it's been throughout the entire weekend. I will say this, Xander, Gauthier was aggressive on the start. Even that little bit of a look to the inside of Hargrove the first time down. Here comes Skitchy Barnes, boom, to the inside, book it. He'll take another spot in the front of, I believe, Jeff Mills, or it might have been Paras actually, or Pierce Baldus. Maybe by Pierce Baldus, indeed. Yeah, a couple of those CRG drivers trying to pick out which ones they are. So Barnes is going to try after another spot over in 4 and 5.
Yeah, Skitchy Barnes in the number 1 plate, already halfway up the board, but Jimenez says, oh no, I'm the one that gets to do these long drives forward. He goes right back in on him.
Barnes trying to hold off Baldus this time through. Indeed he does. Skitchy Barnes up on the wheel. They must have found something because he is all over Jimenez right now. We'll see whether or not he tries to move to the inside here. Not quite close enough, but Barnes looks pretty comfortable in that Maranello right now. Was able to get a couple of passes. First one was done, as we saw, over in turn number 13, or 14 rather, and then was able to get by Jimenez for at least side-by-side with him going in to turn number 4 and 5 to lead onto the back straight.
Victor Jimenez and Skitchy Barnes in that one exchange, though, they cost themselves a lot of track time. They're going to cost themselves more now, side by side through turns 2 and 3. Barnes wide and ends up not being able to get the spot ripped back his way. Let's see down the backstretch. Anything for second? Not quite yet, but Scott Presti is starting to close in on Gauthier. Very similar to Pro Shifter, even though it's not 25 laps. 20 laps still a long way to go, and they had to run the pre-final and qualifying on these tires, so you can't let the leader get too far out, because at the end of the race they will be cooked, and that's why Skitchy, I think, is trying so hard to get by Victor.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the fact that Barnes went out early in that pre-final, right? So he'll
have a little advantage.
Little advantage in terms of tires. Get after him right now. He's putting a ton of pressure to try to get by Jimenez. They've finally been able to break a little bit from Pierce Baldus, who's got Luca Bertone actually through. Bertone's worked his way back up to 6th on that factory kart. So indeed, Barnes continues to go to work here on Jimenez. We don't really have a lot of battling up front right now with Hargrove, Gauthier, and Presti, 1, 2, 3.
Little fade down for Luis Gauthier, but still nothing yet as Master Shifter is just getting rolling. Oliver Hodgson yesterday made it look easy in KA Senior. Today, it'll be a little bit tougher. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Oliver, you were inevitable yesterday, for the lack of better words, but today, what's been different for you?
I think it's been similar, just I didn't get up quite as high in qualifying, and yeah, I think my biggest words would be we're about to go see now. I mean, we come here to race for it to be close, so we expect it to be close, and when you get a day like we had yesterday, it's a blessing.
Yeah, and I guess moving forward, you know, who's kind of caught your eye, especially, you're racing against some of the youngest guys in this class, right?
Yeah, I mean, you always expect there to be lots of young talent, so, you know, I don't necessarily ever single anyone out. I just expect to come here and it to be hard and to have fun racing against people who are good at what they do.
Best of luck, Oliver.
Thank you.
I like that comment. I like racing against people that are good at what they do, right? You want to race against the best, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is a reason why Oliver Hodgson is regarded as one of the most well-respected drivers in the pits. During media day as well, Ryan Norberg, we asked him about a couple of stories from back in his day, and his one marquee trip to the IME International Final. He led a couple of laps. Of course, that race has hundreds of drivers in each division, X30 Senior especially. He ended up third. Oliver Hodgson won it, and he said, yeah, these kids, they don't know. They don't know how good this guy is. And Oliver Hodgson, he has developed some of the best here. He's racing against some of them, and it's cool to hear how, he stays so humble through it all, right? You would have no idea this guy is an international level champion and multi-time race winner and contender. Speaking of contending, man, getting a little bit racy right there between Luca Bortone and Skitchy Barnes, and Skitchy still hasn't quite been able to get by Victor Jimenez.
Well, Skitchy had to try to have a little look on the inside of turn 4 and potentially get back to the inside there through 4 and 5. By doing that, he lost a little bit and didn't get the run out of turn 5. And Bortone right there to try to jump up on top of him. Bortone not quite enough at the end of the straightaway. Barnes trying to press the reset button to see if he can't get up on Jimenez. I think if he gets by Jimenez, he'll be able to pull away. He just needs to get it done. Here's the move to the inside of turn 1. Book it. He's through. Nice pass. Slides through to turn 1. Finishes it off in turn number 2.
Yeah, two different kind of ways to look at having to make up a lot of spots early or late in a race with Shifter based on what we've witnessed over the last season and a half, I would say, Rob. You've got the opportunity when the race is so long, everybody goes super low on air pressure and nobody has grip. So they're sliding, they're making mistakes in the first few laps. The karts don't feel good. They're not dialed in. They're not really, in a stable position to be able to defend their spot or hit their marks perfectly. But the other angle of it as we get towards the midway point in this race is just waiting for kind of the shoes to drop, waiting for someone ahead of you that you believe you should be faster than to start to fade backwards and then take an advantage like Luca Bortone did right there on the factory kart. Billy Musgrave was robbed of a win today. He's trying, in Luca Bortone specifically, to bring the factory kart brand a win here in Master Shifter. And while he's still a good ways back, never say never, 20 laps. We're not even halfway yet. 8 down, 12 remain. Scott Presti still trying to fend off Luis Gauthier after getting around him a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, indeed, Hargrove's been able to use this great battle here to pull away to a 2-second advantage right now. So solid here for Hargrove trying to get that victory. We talked to him on Friday and how he was kind of digging in and just trying to get himself back up to speed. He said I'm out of shape. I'm trying to figure this track out. My goal is to try to get into good shape for the Pro Shifter class at the Supernats this November. I'm going to run a bunch of Masters races to kind of get myself where I need to be. He's out front now, did a good job. He was in the middle of a big battle yesterday. Let's talk about it, Leo. Scott Presti kind of had his way with him, as did Jimenez. They were both unbelievably quick, but Scott's really stepped things up here on Sunday.
Yeah, Scott Hargrove, Scott Presti, both. Even Luis Gauthier, I feel like, improved his pace from yesterday to today. There's no question that this field has made some strides. I mean, Master Shifter, this is not a class that has a lot of drivers racing a lot, and definitely isn't a class where they have, them racing against each other a lot. You look at where they all hail from, right? Yeah. Scott Presti, Central Florida is where he resides. Skitchy Barnes from Bermuda. Scott Hargrove from up the Pacific Northwest, Southwestern Canada's region, kind of the one big lumped area right there from Oregon up. Luis Gauthier, then of course Luca Bortone, Southern California with factory karts. Victor Jimenez from South America. We see him with RPG at major events. I'm not sure how often he makes it to Orlando Kart Center. I've seen him run some races in Central Florida there if he resides out that way, but they're all over the place, right? So because of that, they don't get to measure themselves against a really good meter stick consistently. And so I think that's why this class may have the most change or progress over a week than anyone else. There's only the only other series that has anything close to a decent Master Shifter grid is maybe the Star Series, and then of course nothing's like the Supernats. So
true enough,
you don't have a lot of time to be able to gauge yourself.
Fastest driver on the racetrack right now, other than Scott Hargrove, is Skitchy Barnes. He's trying to dial things in. He's closing up on Gauthier. He's only 1.1 seconds back, and he's been 0.2 of a second quicker a majority of the laps here right now. Luca Bortone as well, up into P5 right now, as he was able to get by Victor Jimenez. So Skitchy Barnes actually potentially looking at a podium finish here. And that would be a huge recovery from yesterday. Try to get some points on the board. If he's thinking of race 1 as being his drop, a podium would be solid here for race number 2.
For sure. I mean, look at yesterday, right? Victor Jimenez, fast. Obviously today, this main event's not as strong for the RPG Cosmic. Had he won, a first and a sixth would still put him pretty good. He had a DQ yesterday in the main, so he's already a little bit burned into points. Hargrave only second, today he's right now holding the lead pretty well, but, second after the penalties, third on track even. And then when you look at the way the pre-finals have shuffled around, I mean, it's going to be a swing in points for sure for Skitchy. He's not going to come out of here with the lead, but if he can snag a podium, or even if he finishes in fourth where he is right now, he'll have a decent fighting shot going to Cincinnati.
I agree. Yep.
He was good there last year.
Yeah, that's it. He's got to come through and maybe sweep a weekend somewhere, or at least get a couple of victories. They've been able to battle it out here with Hargrove, Presti, and Gauthier. You never know, we could get some more drivers to come and play as well once we get in more into the meat of the season with the late May event at Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and of course the Summer Nats. You know there's going to be a couple of drivers coming back. I expect to see a return of Joe Rook at the Summer Nats. We know we're not going to see him at Cincinnati because he's an Indy 500 guy, so he'll be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend. Will not be in Cincinnati, but we'll expect to see him back potentially for the Summer Nats.
And hopefully, along with a number of our superstars that may miss out on, well, a pretty big race down the road in the Midwest. We know at least for Diego Ramos, the Brazilian's all about racing as much as he can from behind the wheel. I believe he'll be with us in Cincinnati, and he's ready to get after it for his first of two mains today, Caleb.
Yeah, for sure. There's actually a lot of commotion on the grid. Peyton Phillips, who's set to start on the pole, just moved his car outside of the grid. But we have Diego here. Busy weekend for you, Diego. Talk to me about how it's gone so far.
Yeah, a lot of busy. Doing two classes, not easy, but feeling good. In KA, we have speed. Yesterday, we finished second. New class for me, but really fun to drive. Everyone together, and yeah, we see what I can do in the final. I think we have base to win, and maybe do a little bit more work for X30.
Yeah, how's the racing been different for you getting adjusted back to the KA package?
Sorry?
How's the racing been different for you getting adjusted back to the KA package?
Yeah, I'm happy to be back. It's a fun class. Like I said, everyone together. There's not much we can do. The draft is a lot, and they make the race really close with everybody. We see who makes less mistakes gonna win.
Best of luck, Diego.
Thank you.
Great point again from Diego Ramos that it's such a team aspect here for KA Senior. To me, Rob, it teeter-totters many times at the different venues that we visit of whether or not it's overly draft dependent or individual based, right? And I think this is another one of those venues where, obviously, like Oliver Hodgson, part of the reason he got away was obviously the battling for second, but the battling for second started because he built just enough of a cushion by himself. But on the flip side, that's a long backstretch we got here, and it's a great opportunity for these shifters to make some moves. Let's see if we get it for third now in the final quarter of this main.
Yeah, and this is that battle for Skitchy Barnes trying to come from the tail of the field and see if he can't get himself back on the podium. He's definitely got a better hot rod than Luis Gauthier. Does he try coming in here? No. Big outside run on Gauthier, but he's arrived on the scene. Barnes trying to see if he can't work his way up onto the podium in third after starting at the tail of the field here in the Master Shifter category. Scott Hargrove out by 1.7 seconds now. Scott Presti's got 1.6 on Gauthier. So this is one of the best battles on the track, although Bortone and Jimenez, you see them in the background there still fighting it out. For Skitchy Barnes, it's him trying to recover. He'll look to the inside, the move to the inside at turn number 14. Book it, he's through, and he gets by in turn number 15. Barnes to P3.
Skitchy Barnes now onto the podium, and this is that chaos that I believe Caleb was referencing on the grid. Peyton Phillips, they just look to be taking that kingpin out of the front, and they are making a last-second chassis change before they go and set back down on the grid. They're not allowed to do this on the grid. They're in the pre-grid area. They are on the clock basically right now to make a last-second front-end adjustment for that Arcane Tony kart. 4 laps away, really less than that here as Master Shifter is coming to a close in a hurry, and oh no, around goes the 625 of Jeff Mills getting into the back of Larry Pegram.
That was the battle for 8th spot. There's the 677 of Paras. He was out as well. That's over the end of the straightaway, I believe, right over in turn number 6. So he looped it around at the end of the back chute through turn 6 over to turn 7. So a little bit of chaos here on lap number 17. Scott Barnes trying to stretch away now from Gauthier. In fact, was able to get 6/10 in the one lap. He was actually, no, you can say he wasn't anywhere close to Presti, so we're not going to see, I don't think, him chase down second. But it's not done yet, let's put it that way.
Yeah, not yet. It's not over. 2.5 laps to go. Gauthier has to hit the reset button. You can see the back end of that Birolard is starting to wag a little bit at the end of the corner. He's trying to put that power down as quick as Skitchy is to drive back up to him. He's pushing whatever he can right now to get there, but it'll be the 2 to go signal this time by, and he's running low on laps. He needs to make some serious inroads, beginning with a great exit out of the last turn. You can see he sent it deep there. Skitchy's able to back up that corner, not having the pressure of a driver in front and being confident in his speed, and it just paid off. Another couple tenths kind of opened back up there.
Yeah, and I'll say this, 1, 2, 3, all essentially quicker than each other. 52.1 for Hargrove, 52.2 for Presti, 52.3 for Barnes. So indeed, this is the way things are kind of shaken out here in terms of the 1, 2, 3 on the podium. That's kind of where they are pace-wise as well. Hargrove out front by 2.1 seconds. Fastest driver essentially on the racetrack right now.
Into the infield hairpin with a lap and a half to go. I might eat my words here. Gauthier.
He's not giving up.
No, I mean, he closed back up. I didn't think he was going to be able to do it. Scott Hargrove headed for the white flag. Gauthier's headed for the podium if he can get there.
He was over 0.2 of a second quicker than Scott Barnes on the last lap. Gauthier's not done yet. This is still a battle for P3. If Barnes wants to bring home this third place finish, he better get up on it, because Gauthier has put in some good laps. He was about 0.2 or 0.02 quicker last time.
Can't have that though. Big. He wheelied it. That right front came up in the air. I don't know. Gauthier sending it deep, trying to maximize the brake zone to make up for that bobble in the middle of 4 and 5. He's got to be perfect, inch perfect here to give himself a chance.
He's all over him right now, because you know Skitchy's got a cover down the inside of turn 11. He doesn't. He runs the big racing line. Wow, Barnes with some confidence coming through turn 11. Got to get it all done as Hargrove works his way through 13 over to 14.
Across the line, Scott Hargrove, Catalyst Driver Development. They strike first in Master Shifter. Scott Presti second. And Barnes, he'll survive. He'll hang on after getting that third spot away from Luis Gauthier, the reigning series champ. On to the box to end Sunday. Gauthier, Bortone, Victor Jimenez. You saw him almost look like a sigh of relief, and probably a bit of defeat there. P6 for him. Pegram, Mills, Kelly, Cameron Cassells, Daniel Peras, we saw him spun early. Pierce Baldus, your 12 from Master Shifter. Scott Hargrove, though, if this is the beginning of the journey to join the likes of Billy Musgrave and Gavin Bailiff and the entire Pro Shifter field in Las Vegas, well, it's a good start. Master Shifter race winner. KA Seniors up next year. We saw Peyton Phillips' cart off to the side. Now we see it on the ground. What's our status, Caleb?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Spoke with Trevor McAllister, said he was watching the Master Shifter main event, said he thought they were going to be way too gripped up, made the front end adjustment, and hopefully it pays off.
There you have it. So, again, what they are probably making that adjustment is taking Caster out. From where they were to where they are now, big question. Who knows? I mean, this track, it has a lot of grip in it once the sun kind of fades away. It still has nice warm temperatures, but it's not beating to the point where it becomes greasy and slippery from being a little bit too hot. And, of course, all this rubber laid down. 43 Pro Shifters just threw new Avinco tires at it in the last hour, too.
I was just going to say, yeah, we threw that entire grid out there to lay a bunch of rubber down. Maybe that's a key thing right now to think about, the fact that they put 25 laps down, 43, and that's a lot of rubber down midday Sunday.
Yeah, quite a bit. That is a good bit of rubber being added to this racetrack that has already seen a ton of surface progression through this entire weekend. Nothing but dark grooves down the racing line, and lots of dirt, debris, and rubber bits offline as well, where you pay the price if you end up off of the natural groove. We're right at the midway point of these semi-pro mains, folks, here. KA Senior on deck, X30 Junior, Mini Swift, and X30 Pro to close out the day when we gear up for 4 more mains here from the Winter Nationals in Houston. as they roll onto the racetrack with 46 in total for KA Senior. Let's bring you the starting lineup here. Kicking things off with Austin, Texas's own Peyton Phillips, your pole sitter, alongside Donovan Bonilla. Henry Wheeler and Frankie Mossman will start back on row number 2. Blake Nash on the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, and Oliver Hodgson back on row number 3 with Diego Ramos and Brandon Lemke on row number 4.
Top driver still further back. We expect to be up front. Your reigning champion, James Overbeck, in the BJR LN kart number 901, starting 9th alongside Finnegan Bailiff in the 902. Mauricio Hernandez 11th, Ty Fisher in 12th, Alex Machado 13th, Nico Sarfati 14th. Oliver Calvo, who had the incident yesterday with that injured elbow, starting 16th spot, back to Landon Skinner in 19th. Eli Warren 21st. Some of the drivers we expect to potentially work their way forward. To the tail of the field, none of our really top runners deep in the field after issues. So indeed, guys up front just got to get out of the gate strongly and kind of settle in to see how the early racing goes.
They've got their outlap complete now. Here's a look at the entire full field, and we'll cycle to show you the remainder. 46 in total. All of them have hit the timing loop now, so there should be the entire field with us here this weekend for the main event, the final session of the weekend to close things out. Let's take a look at it as they rocket down the back straightaway and get set for green. Peyton Phillips again on the inside, leading your field down. Donovan Bonilla back to the blue, purple, and pink RPG colors after some woes yesterday. But it still is a fast go-kart, and he is still one fast driver. Mexico, Austin, Texas, your front row. 46 deep for KA Senior, and we're green.
Slow start there for Phillips, bringing it up nice and easy. Otherwise, everybody having to get up on the throttle and get it back up onto the pipe as they work their way through turn 1 and 2. Big wreck coming through. There is a gaggle of cars. That's a dozen or so wrecked over in turn number 7 early on. Everybody trying to get rolling. The crew trying to get those carts out of the way. Xander, there is at least a dozen drivers or more involved in this one.
Oh, I mean, there is a ton. Cooper O'Clair, Oliver Calvo. I mean, that started about probably 15th or so and then just wiped out about another, I think I'd call it maybe 20 deep. I'm surprised that we haven't gone red, but obviously the officials believe they can clear the racetrack, and they will. The last to get back underway, Eli Warren in the Hotstede Gillard, and a brutal start. It all kicked off with Alex Machado, Nico Sarfati, and crew. And that would put it right at literally, again, about 10th to 15th where that wreck began. So we have cleared out probably a third of the field there.
At least 15 or 16 drivers involved. We're only getting 32, 33, 34 coming across the line right now. So all those drivers involved, drivers not able to continue still, or at least well back. Cooper O'Clair, Nico Sarfati, Oliver Calvo, Lorenzo Kaufman, Xander mentioned Eli Warren, Santiago Fernandez, all these drivers way back here.
Yeah, I mean, talk about how many of those drivers were gearing up. We're waiting the entire afternoon to get out there and try to make something happen for the main. You see this start here first. Raheem Alibi is one of the first to poke out and go to the inside. He and Landon Skinner collide a little bit. I don't think that's where the wreck starts. It starts with Sarfati getting turned.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly who kind of got into his left rear and spun him, but then there was just it was a full track blockage. Nowhere to go for anyone.
And I'll say this, just looking at the time, we're essentially the top 14 getting through cleanly, because Ty Fisher 3.8 seconds back. You go to Abu Ambar, who's back 5.3, so it's a second and a half. So really the top 14 were able to get through cleanly. Everybody else, of course, you saw the inside, all making kind of evasive maneuvers to try to run around the outside of the track to be able to come through.
Henry Wheeler just got a complete pile driven into the side pod of him. I don't even know who was really at fault there, because the whole inside lane ended up into the left rear tire of the 903, and he just lost about 5 spots right in turn number 11. A lot of over-aggressive racing. I don't even want to call it just aggressive here, Rob. This is just straight up, I mean, contact level karting here in KA Senior to get underway. 3 laps completed so far. Long race ahead. Looks like we're going to swap second as Frankie Mossman leads the way. Dono takes over P2.
Yeah, right there is Peyton Phillips, 2-year pole starter going back to P3. I think he'd more than be happy to have the 3 of these drivers pull away. Oliver Hodgson's up into the 4th position already. That's dangerous for the drivers up front. He's got no one behind him either. He's able to run cleanly. Here comes Overbeck. He's going to make a move to the inside of Blake Nash. So all the chaos has allowed James Overbeck to work his way up into 6th position as well.
Yeah, talk about maybe a bit finally going the way for the Brandon Jarzakrak racing crew, right? James Overbeck yesterday had to overcome the pack twice in the day. Today, he ends up 6th here at the end of lap number 4, only 2.2 seconds back from a lead group and not a singular leader. He's got a shot to take that number 1 plate back to the top, and so does the driver he just passed, who was really fast yesterday, in Blake Nash. Mauricio Hernandez trails, and then it's the number 2 plate of Finnegan Bailiff. Number 1, number 2, number 3 from last year, currently in 6th, 9th, and 10th, while fast Frankie Mossman leads Bonilla and Phillips through 8 and 9.
Yeah, we'll see how things kind of shake out here in the mid part of this race. We're only 4 laps in, working lap 5, the first quarter of a 20-lapper. So, indeed, how have you taken care of your tires through that pre-final? Oliver Hodgson's going to have some company here from Diego Ramos. He's worked his way up here as well in the Burrell Art machine. There's Overbeck right there with Nash behind him, Hernandez and Bailiff. Indeed, we'll see whether or not the leaders are pulling away. We'll look at lap times. 55.8's up front, 55.6 for Ramos. He goes purple. How about Bailiff? 55.4. Finnegan Bailiff from P9, fastest driver on the racetrack, and he is at the tail of that group with Overbeck, Nash, Hernandez. So, indeed, that group's pretty strong right now, and they've got themselves a pretty good gap as well. 2.3 seconds back to Henry Wheeler.
Yeah, that is healthy for sure. Finn Bailiff finally well in the picture to start it. I mean, again, think of his Pro X30 pre-final. Last time he was on the racetrack into the mud here right at the end of this corner in turns 8 and 9 is where he almost ended up after going off in 7th, but he looked to Blake Nash there, said, don't worry about it. We'll keep going. We'll stay in this group. We got a nice gap back to Wheeler and then Max Saga and Ty Fisher, so no pressure. And he's going to live by his word there and buy himself some respect. One of those rare times, Rob, we actually see someone point forward and not dive bomb the driver in front the next turn.
Yeah, just keep pushing. Let's go after this next guy, see if we can get Hernandez or whoever it may be. Mossman out front, setting the pace pretty early here. Bonilla went by Phillips a couple of laps ago, but he has not yet made the move on Mossman. We'll see whether or not he tries it here. Mossman's been pretty quick. Here comes Ramos. He's going to make his move on Hodgson. So Ramos now up into 4th spot. Hodgson goes back to 5th. Bailiff again, another purple lap. He is the fastest outright driver on the racetrack. 55.482.
Frankie Mossman and Jay Howard driver development equally fast today. I mean, they have definitely picked up the pace, and it's tough when you're the leader at this racetrack. Between the natural kind of dirtying of the surface that happens from anyone just making passes and going offline, to being the first driver to the be the snowplow of all that mud. If anyone goes off the racetrack, they drag it on, and normally most of the offs, when they return to the circuit, they're at the back of the field, which means the leader's the next guy to hit that dirty patch, and he kind of clears a path for everyone behind him. So for Frankie to still be putting in respectable lap times out front and not really showing any errors or mistakes is good. The bad part is, again, by having a racetrack designed this way that doesn't have a million feet of concrete runoff, is that it's really hard to be in Frankie's shoes and build the gap that Oliver did yesterday. You see already visually Ramos and Hodgson, they knocked off 3/10 last time by. They are there.
Yeah, and Xander, we're not seeing any of the battles, right? It's not like Phillips has been trying to aggressively get by Bonilla, forcing the issue and really going side by side in some of the tighter corners that could allow Mossman to pull away. In fact, Bonilla's actually locked onto Mossman, and Phillips actually falling now into the clutches of Diego Ramos. He just went purple now. So Ramos with the fast lap of 55.387. He was a half second faster than Phillips on that last lap. So look at both Ramos and Hodgson to potentially make a move here pretty soon. We know that Ramos likes to go quickly. And indeed, there he goes on cue to the inside of Phillips. Ramos not waiting at all.
Not one bit. Diego Ramos ready to get all the way to the top of the scoring pylon for PSL karting. Right now he's matching what his fellow countryman was able to do in that Pro Shifter main, Mateus Morgado. The only one we didn't get to speak to that'll be walking away with some hardware today, provisionally, of course. P3 for him, yellow flags waving. One driver off, that is Max Saga. Max Saga, the California-based driver, Southern California-based driver for Speed Concepts Racing. Spends a lot of his time actually training with fast Frankie Mossman.
He was 13th, too.
Yeah, he was running great.
Yeah, that's tough for Max.
So for our main group of, what do we call it, 14, 15 that survived the first lap unscathed, we're down one more. Still not yet to the halfway mark. 9 down, 11 to go, and Peyton Phillips now is probably worrying a little bit. That sunshine coming back onto the racetrack. Did they take too much front grip out of the Arcane Tony kart, or is it going to pay off here in just a couple moments when this race gets to the nitty-gritty end? Because Oliver Hodgson is going to want to get to the lead. We've already seen Ramos pick his way to second, and there's another group of 3 coming up behind Phillips here. We're 8 deep in the main pack, or sorry, 9 deep going to Finn Bailiff here in this main pack, and we'll be really close once they make that first lead change.
Yeah, you're going to get a really good look at the top 9 right here. I think Bailiff may have got a spot. I think he's able to get by potentially Hernandez as they come through. So Bailiff, I believe, up into 8th. Yeah, Hernandez goes down to 9th. So Bailiff up a spot, as is Blake Nash. Blake Nash up to 7th. Bailiff now in 8th. There's that group. It's that second group led by Nash right now. Here comes Overbeck. He's going to make his bid for the spot to the inside of Peyton Phillips. Book that one as well. Overbeck on the move now. He is now up into the P5 position.
Yeah, James Overbeck, Brandon Jorsakrak racing now, top 5. Yesterday, I mean, even with it being a bit frustrating climbing through the field, solid points haul, and with how many drivers are here this weekend in KA Senior, how many who could seriously contend for the championship if they run all 3 rounds, just getting top 5s might be enough. I mean, Donovan Mania there, sticking it on Frankie Mossman to take over second and shuffling back to 3rd now. Remember, Dono didn't finish yesterday's main. Ramos was a factor, not a major player, but decent. Mossman the same, of course, and Hodgson won it. But who knows, the Comp Kart Factory crew, they want to do, I think, a little bit more big racing this year, but they have not committed to a full championship campaign yet.
Yeah, lots of changes, as we know, coming with that crew and the new formation of the Karting Solutions Group. Oh, there's Mossman and Bonilla going at it here. We saw it here now. Is this one we just talked about? Hodgson's trying to find a way by. Look at Ramos out there. Here comes Overbeck to the inside of Hodgson as well. They're going to go side by side out of 11. Overbeck's going to have to give that one up. Who else is coming in the back? That's Phillips there as well. Hodgson ready to try to go by Mossman. Thinks about the inside of 11. They're going to contact a little bit there. Overbeck's going to come out of the corner, and Hodgson's going to come out of the tail end of that one.
Yeah, the bumper is caught behind the front tire, and Finn Bailiff nowhere to go as Hodgson's able to just barely get it dislodged. Ollie was right behind Mossman, and then, of course, with James Overbeck wanting Oliver to go and then having to jam on the brakes, Hodgson didn't have any room for air. He didn't have room to get kind of pushed any bit further forward. Once he did, it pushed the left front of the bumper behind the tire. That's why he went wide and then had to kick it out coming on the straightaway. Finn went into the grass, but they both now are back reset. Still a lot of time left, Rob. And
I was just going to say that.
We've still got 8 laps to go. Frankie Mossman, though, needs to be wary that Donovan Mania and Diego Ramos, the 2 are really building a good margin now.
Indeed, Ramos out, but not anywhere close to the fast lap. He turned to 55.387. He did a 55.7 last time by, about 4/10 off, but he still has that open racetrack. Maybe that's the most important thing right now. A number of drivers on the move. We saw that quickly Hodgson was able to get by Nash. They came out of the straightaway, and then he brought Finnegan Bailiff with him as well. There's a 981 to Brandon Lemke. He's got by Hernandez, so he's up into another spot too.
That actually be Wheeler. Hernandez, I believe, he's just gotten to the end of this pack. Yeah, Hernandez on the RPG Cosmic. He's our 9th guy in line right there at 33.
Yep,
Henry Wheeler and Brandon Lemke, I mean, they've been just a couple seconds away from the main group, not quite having the speed to track them down. A lot of battling could bring them back in the mix, but they're on their own. Hamza Anbar hanging on here. He's got some of the fast drivers charging back up to him. Alex Machado has raced his way all the way back to 15th now after going to, pretty far back, at least 20 spots back and coming to a stop. on that opening lap, and the groups behind him are starting to catch up to Anbar also. Apologies to Hamza Anbar. I did accidentally call him the KA Junior. I misspoke for one of the other Arcade Motorsports entries. But Hamza on his senior debut. Oh no, something's happened to Alex Machado. He just dropped off the face of the earth there on the Sodi. Right as I called him coming back through the field here, but we had this little bit of a lull, Rob. I guess I jinxed him.
Commentator's curse does happen. We're seeing a little bit of a breakaway here right now between the two leaders, Diego Ramos and Donovan Bonilla. Could come down to these two drivers here, as we'll have 5 to go when they come back around. In the top group, some of the faster times, 55.5s, and that would be Mossman and Overbeck. James Overbeck actually up on the wheel as well. They're trying to close back up here on Ramos as we have a look at those lap times there. The split, of course, between second and third as well was 0.7 of a second. Does Mossman have what it takes to reel him back in? He does a little bit, but not by much. Mossman gains about 0.2 of a second on Ramos there. Again, you got to go all the way back again to the, I want to say, really the fastest guy other than that would have been Hodgson at a 55.613. So Hodgson still got pace, but it's all this couple of tenths of a second here and there. It's almost like you block a little bit, you lose a couple of tenths. And right now, more of a fight up front with two drivers kind of leaning out. You got Ramos and Medina together. You got Mossman and Overbeck together, and then you got Phillips with Hodgson, Nash, and Bailiff.
Yeah, one of the most technically sound drivers in Diego Ramos, who has been instrumental in PSL karting, developing the Vero Art single-speed division for the last season and a half, and especially even really since he got there. He and Mateus Morgado together as teammates, and then this season, he's been the Lone Ranger for most of their R&D, and he has, I think, made some serious inroads with them here in North America. And on top of that, of course, much like some of our superstars we've talked about that he'll be going up against later on today, some of the ones here in this KA group, spends a lot of time doing driver development. You're not going to see Diego Ramos put a wheel wrong. He's been consistent lap after lap within half a tenth. Donovan Bonilla is doing everything in his power to just stay there and close up a little bit. But yeah, indeed, Rob, a game of inches right now. And it's to the dismay of fast Frankie Mossman and James Overbeck, because they are better. They are just clawing, begging for Bonilla to send it just one time, and they'll be able to join the party.
That's exactly it. Come on, start fighting. Because as you said, if you look at the lap times, they are consistently a tenth or 0.2 quicker, but they're still back by almost 0.7 of a second. They're just not close enough. They just need that one send.
Oh, black flags given there to some of the lappers. That was showing how close the leaders are getting. About a straightaway away from the back of the field here now. Hopefully all of the traffic will be able to bail out, and we'll get a clean and unscathed battle for the lead and the win. Peyton Phillips, Oliver Hodgson trading that fit spot back as the comp car driver has faded as well. He'll send it on Peyton there in 7. That's going to probably mire them both down the board, and outside of some major chaos up front, they won't be in the fight for the podium.
James Overbeck trying to recover from that 12th place finish yesterday to see if he can't get himself up onto the podium at the very least. You know, Donovan Medina is going to have to at least make some kind of attempt before it's all over. He's closing up here on Ramos. 2 laps to go when they come back around for KA100 Senior. Nash Motorsports, the sponsor of this one. And we got 4 drivers in the battle up front: Ramos, Bonilla, Mossman, and Overbeck.
This race is gearing up right now. It's winding up for something big, and I think we're right about to see it starting here. Lap and a half to go. Down the backstretch, Ramos sees the pressure. He goes low. Bonilla follows. Mossman to the top. Last second dive to the inside of Bonilla, and he ends up inside of him and by.
Yeah, that was a double move there for Bonilla. He moved to the inside to think about going with Ramos, came back outside, and like you said, Mossman sold him the dummy, threw it to the inside, was able to take the spot. Here comes Overbeck. Oh, and a big move to the inside as well for Bonilla, trying to block on Overbeck coming into turn number 11. Here's the gap right now for Ramos over Mossman. Mossman has been quicker by a couple of tenths of a second every lap. Mossman is going to have to be absolutely perfect, Xander, if he's going to give himself a shot to get it done either in 6, 11, or 14.
On Sunday, a month and a half ago, Frankie Mossman was celebrating his first ever SKUSA National Tier Championship at the Winter Series. This weekend begins the bid for a Pro Tour, a national championship. A half car length back from Ramos, he'll force him to block, and it's game on now, Rob. down to the inside in 7.
Yeah.
Over under city to 8 and 9.
And Xander Moss been able to run a really good racing line there. You saw how good he was coming through turn number 6. He's closed right back up. Expect the inside run here for, indeed, Ramos going to block to the inside. This is going to give a big one to the outside for Mossman. Almost side by side coming out of turn number 12.
He knows exactly where he wants to be. He wants Ramos on the dirty side of the racetrack. Ramos is going to park it. Mossman there. Gets a little tap from Bonilla. It breaks him loose. And Diego Ramos hangs on. He wins in Houston.
What a fantastic last couple of laps there. Ramos, Mossman, and Bonilla. Overbeck just comes up short, 46 thousandths of a second at the line, trying to steal that spot away from Bonilla. Mossman probably could have got a little aggressive on the last lap, but Ramos absolutely perfect through 13 and 14. Nothing the Mossman could do. He got a pretty good run out of the corner, but there's his sign to the PSL karting crew for a victory for Diego Ramos. Outside the top 4, Hodgson 5th, Peyton 6th, Peyton Phillips in 6th spot. Big movers, really not many if you think about it because of the chaos that we had. A couple of drivers from deeper in the field able to avoid that accident over in turn number 7. Otherwise, the 14 drivers that we had essentially that were able to clear through coming home in that group up front. Big gap back to 15th.
Yeah, huge gap. Machado able to get back at least to 16th, but all these drivers here that were hoping for so much more, Landon Skinner and crew, and yeah, they just were not able to enjoy this or have a shot at this. But Diego Ramos victorious in KA Senior as we go down to the scales. A great run for Diego Ramos and PSL Karting provisionally here on top of the box in KA Senior. Let's go back here to this final lap and kind of break it down a little bit, Rob, of how he got it done.
Yeah, I love that move by Frankie Mossman to the inside. But he went to stay with Ramos and came back the other direction. Beautiful job here, and then to cover down the bottom. Ramos set it up really nicely as Mossman had a big run out of turn number 11.
And then, of course, the last turn. We've seen so many crossover attempts, so many crossover moves. Frankie was doing everything in his power to keep it clean. And a little tap from Bonilla might have hurt him, but to be honest, it still would have been really tough with how close Dono got and the great launch that Diego did.
Yeah, listen, had Bonilla not been that close behind, there's a possibility, and here's that shot here, almost for Overbeck to the inside. Couldn't quite get it done. It would have been a different story for Mossman had he not had Bonilla behind him. If he opened up that corner coming through 13 and tried to do the real over-under, 100% Bonilla would have filled that gap. So it was either going to be essentially second or probably fourth for Mossman based on how the drivers had lined up coming through that last complex of corners.
Well, if nothing else, Diego Ramos, the celebrations can provisionally begin, but they'll have to be short-lived as he loads back in and locks in for that Pro X30 main to cap off the day. We wait for the official scales to make it real, and there it is. He's good, the 921, your provisional race winner in KA100 Senior.
Por dentro do óleo dele e jogou no cara.
Diego, First of all, congratulations on the race victory. PSL put you in KA to get some race wins on that package. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, like I told you, I like so much driving this class. Everyone is really close. And then it's fight for the first lap to the last lap. And yeah, really happy with the package we had this week. We know we did an awesome job, like in the engine and the chassis. And yeah, just show our speed in the KA. And yeah, had some fun.
I'll let you run.
Apologies about that there. Caleb backed up a little bit, just a tick too far, I think. And I didn't do a good enough job getting in mic range. So, but still, you can hear from Diego Ramos, main event winner in KA100 Senior. So that one, I'll take that one on me. It just means Diego has to make the most of his shot and double up today. He's got a chance to do it, as do a couple of kids who have stood on top of the box. But an X30 Junior today, the chance to sweep. Well, it's in Cole Medeiros' hands. He's going to roll from 8th here on the grid as we quickly show you the lineup.
Yeah, Jackson Porter starting on the pole. Yukon Yao, I'm not sure what happened there. He's at the very tail of the grid there, Xander. So much that happened after that pre-final victory. They're going to roll in here with Porter on the inside, Leonardo Saravalli on the outside, Alexander Vanchev and Travis Pettit on row number 2.
Across the line now, this time Porter on the inside. There you can see Saravalli ready to go. We're green. Oh, man, that is a scattered start in turn 6 and 7. I don't know if we're going to make it here. This is a pucker factor moment again. Can we get through? I can't believe it, Rob. I don't know if you can. We're still okay to 8. We might be okay over to 11. We are all but one casualty of 44 X30 Juniors.
When you're 2 and 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide at a time, you don't expect them all to be able to get around the corner. They're doing a good job so far. And I'll tell you who is loving this right now. That is Jackson Porter. He is absolutely jetted out to a very comfortable lead to get things underway here. We'll tell you what it is when he comes across the line, but he is looking very good out front to complete this first kind of half lap as they work their way through 0.8 of a second on the opening lap over Vanchev, who goes up into the second spot. So a crazy start for sure. And again, not quite sure what happened to Yao, who started to tail the field, although he did make his way up to 32nd on the opening lap.
Big sends down in turn 6 here on this first time down the end of the back straightaway. Talking about going 2 and 3 and 4 wide. Everyone is going to be slipping and sliding on this first lap at full speed here. Lap number 2, technically. And Jackson Porter is going to be the only one that had clean rubber, and that's why you're seeing that young man break away. 0.8 back to the winningest junior driver so far this season, Alexander Vanchev, then Jackson Gibson, then Ashton Woon, and then Tristan Murphy's RPM Tony Kart to make up your current top 5.
I need early laps. Everybody just kind of getting into place here. Again, we talk about the fact that these karts aren't fantastic out of the gate. Obviously, tire pressures are low. Once those tire pressures do come up, the kart's going to be much better than it is over the first handful of laps. But that's all about the driver being able to manage the kart when it's not ideal. Here's a pass a little bit further back. Nice job for the 787. Making the move to the inside to get that spot done. Leonardo Saravalli to the inside, taking a spot away. Trying to work his way back forward. Now with the 2 RPG drivers lined up, that 0.8 of a second lead for Jackson Porter, shrinking down to nothing now as Alexander Vanchev has arrived on the scene. He's got a couple drivers with him, and Jackson Gibson and Ashton Woon as well. But again, just getting rolling here right now for the first a couple of what will be a 20 lappers. Vanchev making the move to the inside of Porter. Porter able to come through with them, and Vanchev, the new leader here, to complete lap number 3.
Yeah, a big move there for Alexander Vanchev. Took a minute to kind of get the wheels turning on the bus. But the Vanchev 796 is back again at the helm, leading the field down the back straightaway, side by side for third. Ashton Woon inside and clear on Jackson Gibson. Trade that third position, and I don't know, call this group, Rob, at around 10th. Sarah Bradley is there. What a great start for her after such a rough day.
Indeed, for her up 3 early to get into the top 10. Now, as you said, you look at the top 10, and we go probably another 7 or 0.8 of a second back to Travis Pettit. Going to drive her off the racetrack on the inside. That was the 786. Who is that went off the track there?
That would
Fion Shi potentially?
Yeah, Fion Shi in the RPG Cosmic. just outside of the top 15.
Yeah,
he was 18th.
Yeah. Off the track coming through and out of turn number 9, I believe. A little movement there. 724, Jackson Gibson defending a bit there from Saravale. Jackson Porter now into the third spot as Ashton Woons got by. Ashton having a great run here now. Of course, rookie year here in the junior category after being one of the top drivers in the mini class of 2024. Ashton Woons up into the junior program as a rookie, already looking very good. Jackson Porter getting roughed up a little bit here. He's still on the outside. Lost a spot there to Jackson Gibson, but able to get in front of Saravale. Their pole sitter, Jackson Porter, holding on here into the top 5 still. We'll see whether or not Alexander Vanchev can pull away. Woon trying to stay right with him. He's got open racetrack in front of him. Didn't have the success he wanted in KA100 Junior, but he'd love to back it up here in X30. With a couple of wins yesterday for Vanchev, trying to do it again here today. Another victory. Take a strong point lead to Cincinnati in this X30 Junior class, but a long way to go. Only at the quarter mark. 5 laps down, 15 laps still remaining. I'll tell you this, Yukon Yao now up to 17th, Xander, fastest driver on the racetrack, 54.463. Do a little bit of intel to see if we can't find out what happened to Yukon.
Yeah, let's see if we can't figure out. I believe it may also probably show us here if we take a look back at those pre-final results on Speed High. Let's go down and see for Yukon Yao, the provisional race winner,
797.
Spark plug DQ'd in tech. So the wrong spark plug or an issue with the spark plug gap, I would guess.
Yeah.
And that has sent him all the way to the rear. He is charging, though, trying to make up for lost time. And right now, Rob, that march up the board, it can be doable if the pack stays close.
I agree. And he's on the hammer now. Great job by our Casey Cameron to pick up Yukon there out there in that number 797. Currently 16th. He's 6.9 seconds back. 2/10 quicker than the leader on that last lap. He's going to keep digging.
Uh-oh, we got a massive pileup. Jackson Porter's gone around in the lead pack and in the middle of the last turn.
Jackson Porter around in turn number 14. Yao had to go to the outside of that corner as well.
Jackson Porter finally having some good luck go his way. Man, I feel like we've seen that kid have more heartbreaks than most at the front of our X30 Junior and KA Junior fields. Today, sadly, no different as he was safely running in that main group. Now, though, RPG, SCR, similar story, new players. Alexander Vanchev and rookie hotshot Ashton Woon, last year's Mini Swift champion. And that really split up our group, and that is, I don't know, maybe good news or bad news for Yukon Yao with the pack kind of split apart. I think it's good in the way that maybe the drivers are more spread out. You can pick them off one at a time. Bad in the fact that if the pack is smaller, there's less chance of that bottlenecking effect of the battle.
Yeah, he's not going to get that side-by-side action where they're dropping, 3-4 tenths of a second a lap because they're battling each other. There's Nathan Dupuis currently running in the 5th spot. Yao up into 14th. We may get a look at him. We had this long run here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the next group, Yao's going to be the tail of the group that just kind of came out of turn 4 and 5 there. Dupuis running in the 5th spot. Last time by was quicker than the driver behind him, Tristan Murphy, but not quite as fast as Saravale in front. So kind of in no man's land there now for Dupuis.
Yeah, Nathan Dupuis and Nash Motorsports this weekend. Today, a much different picture than yesterday's X30 Junior main event. But you can see the progress made in terms of speed. Yeah, he's all by himself right now, and he may not have quite the pace of the leaders, but I mean, a 54.60 for Vanchev and a 74 for him. That was within a tenth and a half. Any battling brings him close. And by not defending for second, he still has a chance to potentially steal this win or have the race kind of play into his hands because Ashton Woon is right there. Alexander Vanchev is not 20-plus seconds out in front. We've got 11 laps and a lot of racing to do, and I think a lot of drivers that could make some racing moves.
We saw Woon show a lot of strategy last year in that mini category, knowing to run in that lead group, try to push away. We'll see whether or not both these drivers can work together on it now and get themselves where they need to be over the last couple of laps, so where they can take the gloves off and not have to worry about anybody else behind them, because right now Jackson Gibson's still running in the third spot. He was not as quick as either of the leaders on that last lap, lost a couple of tenths of a second. We'll keep watching it here because lots of good things going on here in this one in terms of who's going to come away with a race win before it's all said and done. We're just to the halfway point right now. You see Aaron Likens crossing those flags at start-finish. 10 down, 10 to go. Sarah Bradley just turned the fastest lap of the race back in the 15th spot. Yukin Yao now up into 12th and only a half a second behind Mateo Calderon.
That's big for Yukin Yao right now. Look at this. There you can see him, right white helmet, ahead of this group. He's going to get some breathing room. Sarah Bradley, Marco Salmon. Those two have been around each other like within a spot or two, Rob, pretty much every X30 junior session this weekend. Front row yesterday, middle of the pack today. Here in the main event, edge of the top 10.
Yeah, that's the battle. Yukin Yao coming to the tail of this group here right now. Those 5 drivers in front of him that could allow him to go potentially up into the top 7.
Cole Medeiros there. Oh, big send there from Yukin. He gets by on, I believe that's Jensen Michelke.
Calderon,
Mateo Calderon in the 799. Different one of the new drivers to learn. That'll be sporting the black, white, and red SCR colors this year. Mateo Calderon with a car length back to Travis Pettit. The next one that'll be knocking on the door, one that spot away. How about that Orsolone driver joining the back of that group? That's Santiago Duran, and a big send up the road there on the Parolin. That, I believe, is Ruben Gutierrez in his first weekend. I think this would be the first Pro Tour weekend for Ruben in a junior category as Cole Medeiros slides back a position.
Let's just say this. There's 9 laps to go. Yukin Yao is up 34 positions over the first 11 laps of this race and pushing hard to try to get even more.
35 right there. Just got Medeiros. Yukin Yao, is he going to be in the top 10 at the end of this lap? It'll be, yeah, I think so. Luca Popescu into 9th. Medeiros back to 11th. Now maybe 12th. Sarah Bradley also marching. She just went purple, 54.08 as she moves up into 11th. Yes. She's also up a good bit.
And Xander, that's back-to-back purple laps for Sarah Bradley. She is on the move for sure. Yukin Yao is rolling. RPG has given him a hot rod. He's going to come to the inside of one of his teammates right now. That's going to be Luca Popescu. So Popescu 9th, Yukin Yao up into the 9th position potentially now. Let's see if he can drag Popescu along with him. Right in front of him is Ruben Gutierrez, who we just talked about. Yao continues to come. Last time by, 54.481. He was 2/10 quicker than the leader again. He is 7.6 back. So unless the gloves come off and we have a battle over the next 8 laps, he's not going to win this race, but he continues to push forward.
Oh, that was late, and it definitely caught Ruben off guard, but counted as another one. Yukin Yao, 8th.
He gets it down there and then up over that curb and kind of rolls it around on the outside wheels, left side wheels, and is really able to bring it through. Gets a lot of weight transfer there and really jacks that inside rear tire and just rolls it around. So impressive right now. One more driver in front of him right now, Javier Chaparro, and he makes the move over in turn number 6. No waiting. He's through. Now it's the big gap. Yao up into 7th. He'll have 4.5 seconds up to Tristan Murphy.
Sarah Bradley with a 2-for-1 move right behind the 737 at Chaparro as well. And by the way, we've had a slight change in the complexion of the lead group. Sarah Valley passed Jackson Gibson a few moments ago to take over 3rd. With 6 laps to go, they've lost some time to Ashton Woon and Alexander Vanchev. Not all too much, but a little bit. If they can kind of re-rack and march back, maybe they could get there. It's a good and bad moment here. Yukin Yao, we weren't sure if anyone was going to be able to beat Wynn Gottschalk's record yesterday as Tristan Murphy swaps the 5th spot with Nathan Dupuis. But 45th to 7th, well, that's now the new record or benchmark, the new high for a last 2 top 10 charge.
I'm going to say this, Yukin Yao's got open racetrack right now. I would not be surprised to see a purple lap come out of him here pretty soon. I think he's probably the fastest driver on the track. It's still Sarah Bradley with a 54.083. As she had a couple of really good laps, as I said there, but Currently up into 8th. A good run for Sarah as well. She's +5. Nico Katowski +15 further back. Max Weiland +11. Eric Dohm +20. He started 42nd. He's now up into 22nd spot for Eric Dohm.
Yeah, Eric Dohm, he's had, I think, more drives through the pack this weekend than racing at the front of it. Yesterday, though, great charge through the pack all the way up and into the top 5 and in that great podium battle at the end of this main. Today, well, it won't be a podium for Eric Dohm, but it'll be another massive run after that pre-final crash took him out of contention for a really, really good run. His teammate, of course, Dupuis, following Tristan Murphy. They're making some serious inroads on 3rd and 4th. They're making a little bit of progress on the top 2, but more importantly, a shot at that last step on the box here, I think, is in the cards for Tristan Murphy and Nathan Dupuis. And speaking of steps on the box here, look at the gap Vanchev's starting to pull over Woon.
I was going to say that he has pulled out to half a second now. Last time by, quicker by a full 10th. He's just inching away right now from Ashton Woon. It's 5/10 at the line, and there are 4 laps to go. Alexander Vanchev looking to see if he can't win his 2nd straight race. And here, again, watching the big run for Yukin Yao. Because guess who just got by Yukin? Sarah Bradley. She is flying right now. She moves up to 7th. Yukin Yao back into 8th. Sarah Bradley on a roll.
Sarah Bradley.
4/10 quicker than the leader on the last lap.
I mean, she's been like that nearly the entire race. I mean, 54.08, 54.27. There is ridiculous amounts of speed, and she had to run down Yukin Yao as well, because Yukin got away a little bit when Javier Chaparro started to defend. I mean, they were giving, I think, Yukin some credit because of how good he smoked everybody in that pre-final. Sarah Bradley was getting no love from any of the boys, and she still was fast enough to charge through all of them.
Yeah, 54.200 on the last lap. She was 3/10 quicker than the leader. She's over almost 4/10 quicker than Dupuis. She's back by 4 seconds. She's not going to catch him unless they really start racing hard. But nonetheless, Sarah Bradley, one of the stars of this race right now. Very impressive.
I don't know. Maybe.
There's that racing we talked about.
Yeah, there it is. First move made there for 3rd. Jackson Gibson realizing that pressure was on the way. And Leonardo Saravalli now finds himself back in 5th. Further back than he's been in a while as Tristan Murphy splits up our duo in 3rd and 4th. Nathan Dupuis still looking on there in the blue cart behind. 2 to go out front. Ashton Woon made a little bit of progress back towards Alexander Vanchev. Does he have room for one last heave? Anything left? He shaved 1/10 of a second off. Young buck here against Alexander Vanchev, who is, I think, on, maybe call it a year like 2.5 in junior divisions. To my knowledge, I want to make sure I respect that, of course. But down the backstretch, back and forth for P3. They are white lining side by side. There's a sliver chance level for Bradley to get there.
Yeah. I'll say this, Woon is right on the bumper almost, well, was almost on the bumper coming into 6th. If you look at the back there, a little bit more of a gap, probably about a length and a half. Here's this scrap, though, for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And again, way to the outside goes, I believe, Murphy. Yeah, Murphy goes around the outside of Gibson through turn number 11. Wow. And he goes way wide coming out here as well. White flag flying. Here is the battle right now up front between Vanchev and Woon. There's Bradley back there closing up as well.
Yeah, Sarah Bradley still in frame. I mean, she's gotten down to less than 7 seconds away, and more importantly, less than 2.5 back from this 4-pack that we know are going to hug the white line on the last lap. Now, the leaders are not yet. Woon is closing, but Vanchev was able to stay confident up high, and now Nathan Dupuis finding a hole down low to take over the 4th spot. Call it done, and Tristan Murphy's going to get a little bit of breathing room.
They work their way out at turn number 11. Here we go, coming back into the left-hander, turn 11, pardon me. That was out of turn number 9. They are really going at it. Again, you talked about Murphy getting some breathing room. And here it is, Xander. Call it back-to-back jacks for Alexander Vanchev. Another victory. Ashton Woon not quite close enough to get the job done. Murphy comes home in the 3rd spot. Good finish for sure. Leonardo Saravalli, Nathan Dupuis, Jackson Gibson, Sarah Bradley gets within 0.8 of a second on the last lap. But Vanchev getting a chance to celebrate another win here in X30 Junior.
Yeah, how about that? This young man is on a roll. Alexander Vanchev closes out his month of March with another checkered flag. Picks up a little bit of debris to make sure that he makes or exceeds the weight here for the X30 Junior division. Ashton Woon again second, Tristan Murphy, Leo Saravalli, Nathan Dupuis, Jackson Gibson, and of course Bradley closed up to less than a second by the checkered flag, but it was still just not enough. You can yell 45th to 8th. Can't say enough how impressive that is. And then Medeiros Chaparro will quickly flicker through the remainder of this X30 Junior field all the way to Jeremiah Thomas. 44 start, 43 finish. How about that?
Tough one for Jackson Porter for sure, but time for this driver to celebrate before he heads across the scales.
That's right, Alexander Vanchev. We'll go down to our scales live here. Ashton Woon just ahead of him as the top two from our X30 Junior main. Just need to make the weight and begin to celebrate, as Rob mentioned.
Well, Alex, what a start for you in 2025 in SKUSA Pro Tour competition. We'll move out of the way, move to this side, but what a start for you. 2 for 2 on the weekend. How does it feel, man?
Yeah, it feels really great to double up. We've had so much speed the entire weekend, and I knew I could do it.
I saw you were checking the tires there. What do you think was wrong?
Around like lap 5, lap 6, I started losing a lot of grip in the rear, and I thought that one of my rear tires gave out, but I don't think so. It must have been something else, but I was still able to kind of pull away and get the win.
Who would you like to thank for a very successful opening weekend here in 2025?
I'd like to thank everyone at RPG, my dad, all my family, specifically like at RPG, Patrick, Joni, Mike, Alex, my engine builder, and yeah.
Congrats, Alex.
Thank you.
2 more main events still to roll here from Houston, folks. Mini Swift and Pro X30 are on deck. We'll take a quick break here from the action as we've got still 40 laps left in the 2025 SKUSA Winter Nationals. Alexander Vanchev, your X30 Junior main event winner. Mini Swift up next when we return.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Quick look at the starting grid for Mini Swift here as we get set for our second to last main event of the 2025 Superkarts USA Winter Nationals. Jaden Francisco and Enzo De Janeiro, they've been class of the field today. They will be class of the field at least for the starting lineup after their great run in the pre-final. Another full house, 40 plus. In total, 42 make up the list. We are down 1 to 41. We'll mention that after we go green. But for now, Rob, Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift is ready to go.
Drivers set. Again, Francisco on the inside, De Janeiro on the outside. Nice slow start, and away we go. Green, green, green. The start of the drivers in Mini Swift. Can they get through cleanly? Let's cross our fingers. Couple drivers wide, one going around a little bit further back. 167 around on the exit turn number 6. Otherwise good through 7 so far and clean through 8. 9 and 10 just as quickly can be rough as they come through there, transitioning into the braking zone of turn number 11. Everybody kind of rotating the corner through there. Xander, otherwise a pretty solid start for all of our drivers.
Well, and look at the huge gap already from this group up to our race leader. Jaden Francisco is gone, folks. Big time lead at the end of lap number 1 for the kid in the pink helmet. 1.2 seconds and counting. And so already starting the march on lap number 2. 17 laps to go. Win Godshock, Royce Vega. They may not be teammates today, but they need to work together because they're already on the back foot to hunt down the race leader.
Yeah, listen, we talk about the fact that these guys will just stop it and battle for second. This needs to not happen right now. They have to work together here to close back up to Francisco. You simply cannot give it away already. Look at these drivers back are already scrapping it out right now for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Zane Burgess may descend. Pavan may descend. They've got to work together right now. Francisco's got that. 1.2 is just too much, folks. You cannot let that happen. You've got to work together now up front to reel that leader back in. Otherwise, we might as well just give them the trophy now.
Yeah, they cannot afford to mess around. This is a critical part of this race because if that gap gets to 2 seconds, everyone behind them is going to give up hope as well.
That's it.
And they're going to start battling too. So 2 laps down. Even with the pass, thankfully, they did make up one bit there, 1/10 of a second, but not as much as maybe you would have thought. And off pole kid, Enzo De Janeiro's realizing that he may have to lead the charge, so he takes over 4th from Asher Pavan. And yesterday's runner-up is ready to run this pack back down.
Indeed, like you said, the drivers up in that next group need to work together to figure out who is the fastest driver. De Janeiro quickly going by. Pavan's going to lose another spot here. He's battling it out with Zane Burgess. That is, again, for essentially around 5th and 6th as De Janeiro's gone up into the 4th spot. It's Win Godshock and Royce Vega. Those are the 2 drivers that I think really the end result's going to hinge on right now, at least from where we see early on. They did get about a second, or about a 10th of a second, like you said, out of the gap. What do they get here? They were the 2 drivers into the 59s. Francisco's going to come across the line and do a 60.805, another 0.3 of a second. So they're definitely eating into the gap. Xander, 0.8 of a second. If they keep working together, Francisco, who potentially had a shot at just running away, we'll see that go away. He'll have to fight.
He will. I don't think he's going to get away with it. They have started to see the progress, and once that pack can visually see that they're making up ground, it's rare that you see these kids that have gotten into the habit of running at the front of the field that they'll battle enough to lose ground. I mean, granted, Enzo De Janeiro did just make a pass in turn 7, but going back to what we touched on much earlier in the broadcast, making passes that seem like it's almost still part of the same dance or rhythm as the regular racing group in those switchback hairpins, that's what the best drivers are able to do. And even in Mini Swift, even in the 8 to 12-year-old age bracket, some really clean and silky smooth moves being made at the front of the grid. Enzo De Janeiro didn't lose an inch making that move, and they still gained a lot, making a move as well for second.
Yeah, they did. They were a half a second faster. Xander, you're exactly right. It's 0.7 of a second from Francisco back to De Janeiro right now, closing up here with 4 laps down. They're going to chip away at it. Will eventually arrive on the scene. Francisco doing a good job up front. Just take your time. You lead the laps, knowing that they're eventually going to get there. Then you can go to work. We know that Jaden has the racecraft and will scrap it out, so that potential runaway may not be in the cards here for the Sunday main event, but he'll most definitely be ready to fight it out before it's all said and done.
I think for Royce Vega, this is a very smart race he's driven so far. He's had Wayne Gottschalk lead the way a little bit. He's had Enzo lead the way. He has not really led the path up to Jaden Francisco, showing a lot of humility early on. Zane Burgess behind now, leading this next group, trying to charge up the board. It's the 111 making a move there, one of the Parolin drivers, Cameron Johnson. New colors for him this weekend, like many that Rob and I are still catching up on, even at the end of 5 days really of on-track activity. Testing began Wednesday afternoon, and many were here last weekend for the Rock Cup USA event too. But for the SKUSA Pro Tour, the final laps of the weekend here underway for Mini Swift, still with a lot of racing left, but our first lead change comes on lap 6, and it's yesterday's P2 finisher after it settled, Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, De Janeiro just put his head down, got the job done, slowly worked his way back up and made the nice pass there on lap number 6. 5 laps in, still a long way to go. Again, these are 18-lap races, so 13 laps remain here for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. Francisco led for the opening handful of laps, but now it's all Enzo De Janeiro up front. We'll see how things play out here. The number of drivers starting to fight their way back forward. There's the 174 of Maxwell Machi in a scrap with Paxton Romero, Luca Besserell in there as well. Again, that's that next group. We've essentially got 5 in the lead group. Then you'll see this next one, another 5 or 6, maybe even 7, to be honest, when you go from Burgess back to Besserell, Macha, Romero, Chandler, Cameron Johnson, and even Ashton Wyatt and Kamal Ahmed. They're not that far back.
No, they're not. They're relatively close here to that main group. And now as we watch this pack here coming out of turns 8 and 9, any big moves between them brings them right in, adds another handful to the mix. Something like that'll do it. That's the 145 of Becquerel back down defending. Burgess with a slick crossover. They've got to sort it out though, because just as much as you said that next group could join, they are losing valuable time. Probably half a second this lap as Johnson goes wheel to wheel with Macha. Puts him back a spot, maybe 2, and Johnson ends up losing out. Alex Chandler gets by the both of them.
Did Royce Vega just drop down a couple of spots and try to pick this up on the racetrack? Looked like Royce got shuffled back a little bit here, at least looking at live timing. Look back up to see what happened to him when we get back to the lead group here. He's all the way back to the tail of that lead group. He was right in the middle of the fight there.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Side by side. We're dancing up front here. Asher Pavon in the 145. He's got the yellow helmet, the white and red Parolin. The Bennick there in the middle. Win Gottschalk. Vegas still fit. He couldn't make the most of Gottschalk swap in the 3rd spot. And now, well, it's deja vu for me and you, Rob. Enzo De Janeiro, Jaden Francisco. Took them a minute to hook up on the racetrack. They are now together and starting to pull away. Let's see what the gap opens to for the 2 leaders this time. While, at least on screen, we key in where the action is not right now. Alex Chandler. Oh, man, that's a big boy send right there for the 196.
And grabbed a little bit of curbing on the way through there, getting by Paxton Romero. So, indeed, there's this battle here a little further back. That's Burgess and Becquerel. I'll say this, for the longest time, the top 5 drivers were in the 59s and 6 on backward up. They were 60 plus. That's why we got the gap that we do right now. Back to the 179 of Royce Vega. He's lost a little bit off the top. Not sure what's going on with Royce Vega, who was right up there in 2nd and 3rd for a time. He's back quite a bit here. He's lost 0.3 of a second. It was, in fact, about 0.3 of a second off the leaders on that last lap, with De Janeiro and Francisco leading the way.
Yeah, Enzo De Janeiro, Jaden Francisco. This is another turning point of the race. We talked about 1 being on lap number 2 and really lap number 3 with Francisco having that second lead. If Jaden and Enzo get to over a second, maybe even over to a 1.5 seconds, I don't know if you'll see anyone 3rd on back trust each other enough to think, yeah, we could catch them. This time, though, The gap didn't open up much. Asher Pavon kept it under a second, and with halfway being given, hopefully, for the sake of us and the sake of the rest of the field, if you're not a Jaden Francisco or Enzo De Janeiro supporter, it'll be entertaining because those two find themselves now in a similar spot to yesterday, and an opportunity to kind of capitalize and make their names the only headlines of the weekend in Mini Swift. The rest of the field trying to spoil that.
Yeah, and again, they're just settling into really consistent lap times, aren't they, Xander? That's the thing about it. Bagging them out when they have to right now. The fastest lap time was a 59.093 for De Janeiro, but they're knocking out 59.4s and 59.5s right now, where the drivers behind them are more like 6s and 7s. Maybe even 8s, even a 60.2 for Burgess on that last lap, but obviously got caught out trying to make a pass.
Yeah, that second group has been fighting so much that without question, they are looking like they have settled to be okay. We're just going to be 6th or worse. None of us are going to get to the lead. Cameron Johnson, highest he's been so far, I believe, in this main, up to the 7th position. Luca Becquerel still 6th. 8th for Zane Burgess. And then a little gap.
Yeah, look at that massive gap all the way back to the 145 of Becquerel. They have got such a huge advantage up front, top 5. Asher Pavan actually just turned the fast lap of 59.015, closing back up into this group here. So again, they've tried to eat into the gap for De Janeiro and Francisco. They're working really hard to let these guys get away. And Pavan in the 154 SCR machine is right there.
And there he is. First move to split the duo up. Asher Pavan trying to bring Parolin into the fight now with 7 laps to go here in this main, but Francisco says not so fast, right back by him.
Indeed, over in turn number 1 and 2, gets the job done. Francisco gets back out in the lead, but that's going to give De Janeiro a little bit of breathing room. A half a second at the line. De Janeiro trying to pull away here. Not that we haven't seen this already and watched them reel in Francisco, but we're now talking 7 laps to go.
Oh, contact. Francisco into the grass. Cuts across the track. And around the outside goes Win Godshock. I don't know what the officials will think of that there. He was trying to hang on off the pass. Cuts through the grass there on the infield at turn number 8. Rob, what do you make of that?
You know, I don't want to make a call for the officials. I'm always okay with a safe re-entry. You know what I mean? I just don't want the a driver to like shoot across there. But what else was he going to do? Lock the brakes up and come to the left? I don't know. I'll say what this has done is look at the gap we've got right now. The battle they were putting on has opened this up for potentially De Janeiro to pull away, although Asher Pavan is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. He was quicker that lap before significantly than De Janeiro. This is an opportunity, though, for De Janeiro to pull away unless Pavan can reel him back in.
It's a huge chance here. Let's look back at the replay. Great angle. Pavan gets by. Trying to follow Win Godshock, and yeah, man, I don't know. It'd be a lot different to make that call and say, well, Jaden should have backed out if Win was the one making the pass. But if you're not halfway up on the driver that you want to send off the racetrack going into the corner, in my opinion, you don't really have the right to push him off like that.
No, agreed.
So,
yeah, that was literally, he had the outside of the racetrack. He has the exit point. And again, Godshock coming across on him, made that contact, that left rear to right rear to left rear contact, and that shot him across the track. Now, the one thing about Francisco coming back onto the racetrack is he only got passed by Godshock anyways. It's not like he made up any positions coming back across the track. So if you're talking contact or you're talking cutting the course, I don't think that the cutting the course is any issue right now with the fact that he actually got passed by Godshock again over in turn number 9.
Well, I hate to say it right now, though, but I could very well see this delaying the Mini Swift podium a little bit unless Royce Vega can pull a rabbit out of the hat here in the fight for third and his former teammate. It was an overnight team swap for Royce Vega. That's why he still has the Benix suit on. A change from Saturday to Sunday to join forces with Jay Howard Driver Development. If Royce gets to third, I don't know if he's done anything that would put officials under review or have anyone wanting to file a protest. That wouldn't delay our podiums for Mini, but Win Godshock and Jaden Francisco regardless of anything, Rob, I would say at minimum they're going to be under review. And if they're not under review, they could get appealed, and that would put them under review and then push back the trophy ceremony a little bit for these young guys.
Indeed. Obviously, the SKUSA officials got with the video marshalling system able to have a really good look at what they saw. You and I saw really good vantage points of it as well. I'm sure they were able to pick that up. So I'm sure they're already trying to make a good call on that one. Otherwise, the drivers did the Pro X30 category, preparing themselves for their main event. Xander, they're going to be up next. We've got just 4 laps to go here. They've got themselves a 20-lap main event dialed in here to wrap up this year's Winter Nationals.
This one should be really good. I mean, that field's been tightening up over the course of the weekend. Aiden Ingrata joining the Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg party up front. Paulie Massimino's had some speed. The pre-final, though, didn't look too great, but comparing to how yesterday was with a long enough race to not maybe split the pack up too heavy in the first few laps, hopefully they keep their heads on and keep the top 2 guys within reach. But there's still, again, 2 laps, or 3 laps really, until we get there. 3 to go, 15 down. Enzo De Janeiro and Asher Pavon. It's a mano-a-mano fight, but a little bit of a different circumstance than yesterday, Rob.
Yeah, Pavon is closing. He's been faster on the last couple of laps. He's got it down to 3/10. He was over a tenth of a second, almost 2/10 of a second quicker on the last lap. And look at him reel up there using a bit of the draft. It's about a car length and a half coming through turn number 6. And again, it's still a couple laps to go. We're working lap number 16. They'll see the 2 to go next time by. Does Pavon have anything here for Enzo De Janeiro? And we're still watching a great battle for third with Win Gottschalk and Royce Vega.
Yeah, lots to talk about here on the Mini Swift field, on the Pro X30 field, ready to roll, that I'm sure, based on the time that we're running, a couple minutes behind schedule is going to go instantly. Look at this for Mini, Rob.
I just want to say, we talked about guys coming from the back. Troy Ferguson plus 31.
Dude.
Started 40th. Troy Ferguson is in the 9th position right now, and he's trying to battle it out with Zane Burgess. What a great run for Troy Ferguson today.
Huge gains here for Troy. Big run forward for Lawrence Perriman as well. He's up 12, and maybe not as much as Troy Ferguson, but Sebastian De Moisac also with the Paralympic USA boys and girls. 41 up to 18.
Wow. Giddy up. Good work.
Well, we know those red, white, and black machines are fast. We're going to watch 2 of them start to dance here in a minute. Asher Pavon, as you called it a lap ago, Rob, has been slowly reeling in Enzo De Janeiro. Yesterday, Enzo was a cut above his fellow Paralympic drivers. Today, he's going to have to dance with one of them to decide if he can win the main, as we got problems for the 103 of Ferguson.
No!
Oh, no.
Drove his way all the way up into the top 10, and he is off the track with a lap to go. White flag will fly this time by, and here you go, Xander Pavon, right on the bumper at De Janeiro. Same goes with Vega and Gottschalk.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Asher Pavon is going to put the heat on Enzo De Janeiro. Now, Asher, this would be win number 1. Enzo, this would be one of many with how good he started this year. He's going to pull low to defend that spot. Doing the same up the road back there for thirds. Gottschalk to Vega. That's going to give Jaden Francisco new life. What happens with them as Pavon catches his teammate off guard in 7. Closes the door on exit, but not quite. And now we dance and go side by side. Back to the favor of the 190, headed into turn number 11 for the final time.
So close for Pavon. He'll go way to the outside. Here comes the big over-under. Does he get it coming out of turn number 11? Almost side by side through 12. Not quite enough. Back down to 13. De Janeiro looking to do whatever he can. Again, potential big over-under for Pavon. Not quite enough. De Janeiro's going to have the run, and he will very likely grab the win of the line. Indeed, Enzo De Janeiro with the race win. Here's the battle at the end here to cross the line to see who gets third, fourth, and fifth. Gottschalk ends up in third, Francisco fifth, and Vega goes back to P5.
Luca Beccaro on the last lap gets one over on that next group. Gets by Zane Burgess, Kimo Ahmad, Paxton Romero, Ty Morovich, Maxwell Macha ends up back in 12th. And a big Mini Swift grid has, in my opinion, laid down a very high bar for every other full house to try and match, because they have almost everyone making it to the checkered flag. The only driver, I believe, not to would it be Troy Ferguson, who went out here with just a lap and a half to go. The rest of them with a great run there. One race remains, Pro X30, as Enzo De Janeiro can begin celebrations down on pit lane. And our final time down to the grid for a pre-race update here. Caleb, with one race to go, what more can you tell us?
Thank you, Xander. I've been talking to a lot of the X30 Pro drivers here before this race. I talked to this man right here, Austin Garrison, earlier on today. He was complaining about a little bit of understeer in his Speed Concepts racing machine. He said he was going to make his adjustments, try and go a little better today. We move back here to the Energy Kart machine, the 42 of Caden McQueen, a big swing in gear for him. He thinks he was feeling quite confident the first time I've seen him smile on grid, and he felt really confident about the pace they were going to have here in this one. He said, if I go out there and I'm fast, told Paulie, he said, don't be surprised. And as well, the Brazilian right behind him, Diego Ramos, said he needed just that little bit more grip to go fast here today. So for Diego, we'll wish you the best of luck, my man.
Thank you.
There you guys have it. Back to you.
All of this, of course, behind your front row, Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, and Donovan Bonilla. Aiden Ingrata, after the race concluded, is going to be rolling from the inside of row 3. Your mini slip drivers still a bit jammed up at the end of the scale line. So there is a few moments before we go green. How about this here? Instead of a commercial break for you all, why don't we see if we can't pull the full grid for you and take our time going through one of the biggest X30 grids that we've had in recent memory. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison from yesterday. Flip of the script to this point in the day, Rob. Thinking about, well, neither one of them got the pole today, but yesterday, Norberg pole, Garrison pre-final. So Garrison starts pole for the main, Norberg wins the main. Today, Norberg on pole for the main, Garrison second.
And we'll see whether or not we have a carbon copy of what we had yesterday. We do have a couple drivers and a number of them behind them. Most definitely focused on making sure it's not the same as it was on Saturday. Donovan Bonilla for RPG going to start third in the number 8. Alongside him will be the BJR LN car for Paulie Massimino. He's had a good day so far. He'll start P4.
Moving back to road number 3. Aiden Ingrata, fast qualifier today in the number 55 for Speed Concepts Racing. Gets an inside lane starting spot again, and he starts alongside the shoe. Jake Drew, the California native for GFC, the highest of the 3 black and white machines, but you can see there's a couple more of his teammates not far behind as we go to row 4.
Caleb gave us some insight on Caden McQueen, a gear change there. We'll see if that plays out for him and gives him the desired speed he's looking for. He'll start 7th. Blake Nash alongside him in the Nash Motorsports number 64.
Then back to complete the top 10. Diego Ramos, already a winner today in KA100 Senior, and a KA Senior moving up to Pro X30 for the very first time. Fernando Luque improves on the slow burn this weekend has been with Brandon Jarsacrack Racing. He rolls from 10th.
We'll see if the GFC drivers have some more here today. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the 77 starting 11th. Chase Handleby beside him on row number 6 in the 27 starting 12th.
Back on row number 7, Victor De Alencar representing the AM Racing team here this weekend under the BJR camp, and Ruben Moya, pre-final and a lot of promise in yesterday's main that's just kind of been a little bit off the mark. The Forward Direction Motorsports Pontano rolls for P14.
Velocity Racing Sody Kart driver Colin Lloyd in the number 93 starting 15th. Alongside him, CRG driver number 15, Olin Galley.
Quentin McPherson, Michael Boyadzis, Enzo Nienkotter, the new signee for Inter MS, and Ricardo Lopez, your top 20. And for the final starters here in Pro X30, kicking things off with Remy Andretos. Yesterday, top 5 finish of Ty Fisher with some work to be done.
Yeah, keep an eye on Ty Fisher starting 22nd. Remo Rossini and Justin Music will be on row 12. Marcelo Tortado and Henry Lapard on row number 13. Row 14, Stephen DeKaiser and Timothy Pernod. The rest of the 38 driver field, Chase Gassiet-Lee starting at the very tail, hoping to see if he can at least get a couple laps in. He wasn't able to do that in the pre-final.
CRG USA, Pro X30, round 2 from Houston. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison were green as they evenly make their way down to turn 6 for the first few rows and fan out 2, 3, 4 wide behind them through 6, through 7. 1 or 2 a little bit wide, but I think most of your field has survived the opening hairpins over to turn 8.
And we know the aggression will be there. We expect the best out of these pro drivers. They're all digging to try to find whatever they can. That little lane that'll give them a couple of spots. There's a big moves them down to the inside. Ramos trying to get through to the inside as well, turn number 11. The front of the field, streaming through and lining up single file. Norberg goes out to the early lead here as we're getting underway. Bonilla able to get in front of Garrison as well. So the RPG drivers run 1-2. The opening group right there as Massimino is there as well, but he's got Aiden and Grata ready to go on the attack here on the opening lap.
Now with half a lap for the Pro X30s underway and a good look at the gaps. Norberg's lead, 4/10 back to his teammate. First time he's had help up front in a while, although he's going to lose it right there. Austin Garrison knows he cannot afford to wait. He's got to go now. He's got to keep Norberg in his sights. He wants to live down yesterday's woes. He knows how close he was to getting his first win of the year in the X30 division. Ryan Norberg, already 2 wins here in the month of March, trying to make it 3 here today. A long way to go, though, and this group needs to remember that, because 7th, 8th, 9th behind Olin Galley, starting there with 8th, and Jake Drew in 9th. They fight too much here. The leaders will be long gone.
Now, Xander, you were bang on. There is no way that Garrison could run behind a little bit. There's that number 93 driver off of the Sony Kart, Colin Lloyd, getting shuffled to the outside of the track in turn number 14, but there's no way that Garrison could sit there in third and potentially allow Norberg to stretch a couple of kart lengths. He had immediately to go by Bonilla, and Massimino's thinking the same thing. I got to get myself back up to P3, especially with these drivers up front. Caden McQueen probably feeling the same way, and Grata trying to get aggressive. They know what they saw yesterday. We've already seen the Norberg-Garrison hook up and stretch away. Two of the absolute best drivers we've seen over the last decade, or 2 decades, or whatever it may be for their careers, since starting, of course, at OGP in Florida. They're digging to work their way forward, and that these guys cannot let these veterans pull away.
Well, for Donovan Bonilla, he's just got to reset. Look at how dirty the tires are. I mean, that rear tire was bouncing, hiking, bucking, every which way there into the turn 13 complex, and he's now 2.2 seconds away from his teammate and team leader for Rollison Performance Group in Pro X30, Ryan Norberg. But Caden McQueen, I don't think that confidence was misplaced. The energy driver looking decent. Paulie Massimino, quickest outside of Garrison last time by.
Yeah, we're going to see if that gear change was the right one pretty quickly on for Caden McQueen, are we not? He's able to get by quickly to Aiden and Grata. As we said, they both, McQueen, Aiden, and Grata put Bonilla back pretty quick. But here's that carbon copy of what we saw yesterday. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison have such a great handle on the SpeedSports facility right now. They're making minor fine-tuning changes between every session to try to find a little bit more of what they need, whether it's long-run pace. Here comes your first pass. Garrison to the inside of turn number 14. Book it. Move AG to P1.
He looks drastically stronger right now than even he did yesterday in the early stages of this main. And I don't know if it's a factor of just being able to maximize on lower air or cold tires compared to Ryan. If Ryan took a bigger stab to have more speed at the end of the race for today. But either way, Garrison, a lead by a half car length, and he tracked down Norberg like it was nothing. And Paulie Massimino is starting to really close that gap to the pair as well. Last time by, great lap for the number 5. Remember, Paulie Massimino at one point had a serious shot at the Pro Tour title last year, heading into the Summer Nats. He won the Stars OKN Stars title. For a driver that has been in the senior divisions for many years now, Paulie Massimino, much like the two in front of him, seems to be really hitting his stride over the last 18 months, if you'd like to call it there.
Yeah, I like seeing Massimino get himself settled into where he is as one of the top drivers in the sport. This is great to see him running where he is right now in these Pro X30 main event. Again, Kart CRG USA, the sponsor of our Pro X30 category this year's SuperKart USA Pro Tour. Massimino has a little look over his shoulder, says, who's chasing me down here right now? It's Aiden and Grata. Caden McQueen right there in 5th. And if you want to know whether or not Donovan Bonilla's got those tires cleaned up, he went purple last time by.
Donovan Bonilla as well. You could kind of throw him into the slowly becoming a seasoned vet category. And the multi-time SKUSA Mexico champion, the Super Nats champion from a couple of year and a half ago, finds himself still in the picture. I mean, 1.8 seconds back to 6th. Jake Drew has gotten around Olin Galley as well. He's starting to march forward on that GFC. Don't count out the 29. If there's enough fighting here in this lead group, Jake Drew can really make some noise in this main event, because there's still 14 laps left, and the gap, well, it opened a little last time, but all it takes is just a couple of passes, and we have a totally different picture.
A couple of drivers making big moves over the first 5 laps. I talked about Chase Gasly at least starting at the very tail of the field. He had moved his way up a number of positions here. He is up 15 now coming across the line. Started dead last and 38th. He's up to 23rd already. Timothy Pernod, Xander, as well, up 13th spot. Started 28th. He's now in the top 15. And for Gasly Ali, his lap time significantly faster than those in front of him. He'll be battling for a top 15 position within probably about 10 laps.
Aiden Ingrata going by Paulie Massimino there back at turn number 7. Now moves him back onto the podium. Caden McQueen trying to follow him forward. McQueen and Bonilla last time were about dead knots even. Ingrata even to the 2 leaders, and Massimino a little bit slower the lap before. This lap obviously not going to be a good read for him. But Aiden Ingrata, the last time we featured him on our Kart Chaser Live broadcast, Rob, you weren't able to be with us. We were down in Orlando in the stint between the 2 winter series for the Rotax race in there. Ingrata was poised, had a huge lead going into the final of that 2-week mini title fight for a grand finals ticket. And on Sunday, it all fell apart for him, and he ended up losing the title. It was one of the most heartbreaking, gut-wrenching days to witness from the broadcast booth. It would be really cool to see him at least walk away with something from this Pro Tour weekend. A pole award already, maybe a chance to fight for the win with another change in the lead. Norberg and Garrison back and forth, and the number 6 is going to retake that top spot before they even hit the timing loop.
Indeed, swapping spots like we saw yesterday. Each driver wanting to take a chance up front, getting out of that aero wash. They both mentioned to Caleb throughout the week here, just really working those front tires. So Garrison getting back out front, has a little look over the shoulder again. There, maybe even not so much at Ryan. I think maybe a little further back. Who else am I dealing with right now? Who else could be coming on strong here? Aiden Ingrata, we know, running in the 3rd spot is Austin's teammate at Speed Concepts Racing. So again, these leaders working at it here. You can see a little adjustment to the radiator shroud for Garrison. I believe pushing it all the way down. I think he had it up a little bit, moving it all the way down to make sure that engine stays at exactly the temp he wants here as we're closing in on the midway point of the race.
I thought Jake Drew was going to be the one to charge up to this top group of 6 here, Rob. I think it may actually be Blake Nash, the Californian, up to 7th now, rolled from 8th, but he fell back off the start. He's now gotten ahead of the GFC number 29. And Blake Nash, similar shades of yesterday, with a ton of pace. Just not a great qualifying effort that he's had to make up for. And even driving forward in the pre-final, rolling on the outside lane, you end up in, at best, only 1 corner going through all that flag on the outside, and maybe more than that, depending on how the first couple turns shake out for the midfield. So Blake Nash, yeah, it looks like only a net gain of 1. It's really a net gain of a lot when you think of how far back you get set with the way these starts are. But this kind of fighting is going to help bring him back in the picture. Norberg again to the lead. This time, last turn, and at the halfway mark, we're down to 7/10 back to Aiden Ingrata. And Paulie Massimino's hitting his stride. McQueen, a good lap as well on the energy, and Bonilla still there too. We got 6 of them.
And Xander, let's just throw this into the mix as well. Ingrata just went purple on that lap with a 53.159. So not only did they give him a little bit by making that pass over in turn number 14, he also turned the fast lap of the race at the same time. And visually you could see how the Canadian is rolling up here on his teammate Austin Garrison. I don't think maybe we're going to get that carbon copy of a 2-driver runaway that we saw on Saturday. This feels like it could be heating up to be something a little more special.
That lap, Austin Garrison, this one we're working on right now, he's really struggled to kind of rebound from this pass in this corner a lap ago. The entire run in the infield portion of the racetrack, I mean, he was just losing time. Quarter tenth, almost every turn it looked like to Ryan Norberg.
Well, Norberg also went purple. Let's just throw that in there. Ryan just turned fast lap of the race as well with a 53.063. He went 2/10 faster than Ingrata on that last one. So Ingrata goes purple and then doesn't back it up. Norberg then returns the favor and goes purple with a 53.068. Pulls a full 1/10 of a second on Garrison. It's, you can see, not that much. He's going to be able to close back up and has that draft there. But Norberg, let's just say this, in terms of setup-wise, that kart's really starting to come on here midway through the race.
It definitely is. Ryan Norberg in the number 1 plate seemed like he was on a very long run setup if you want to be optimistic about the speed of the RPG Cosmic. He didn't look good at all up until about lap 5. He's looked decent from lap 5 to maybe lap 11. Starting to look in Ryan Norberg form right now with 12 laps down and 8 to go. But Garrison resetting, kind of finding new lines. I mean, watching the pair of them through the hairpin section here, Rob, has been so interesting to me. Even in the main event today, they were not anywhere close to that inside curve, and now they're clipping it, especially when they get in front of each other, knowing that they're just going to try and make a bigger wall of air to not hit the driver behind's front bodywork and tires. And look how much, again, Norberg's able to break away. And it's very similar to maybe IndyCar racing at the Indy 500 or at some of their ovals where you're guessing where the driver in front's going to go to try and get some air to your nose.
That's exactly it. You've got to have the air coming across the front of the nose there to keep that downforce that you want. Another quick look at some of our fast drivers coming from the tail of the field. Naomi Garcia up 15 spots, 37th up to 22nd. Gassi leads up into 18th now, plus 20 for Gassi at lead. Pernod plus 13 up into 15th as well. So those drivers still fighting their way up to try to get a solid top 15 finish. And I talked about the fact that maybe Ingrata was closing in as the laps kind of wind down. Garrison goes purple on the last lap as well. These leaders up front really making it happen. Ingrata, that driver in the challenge position in third. Massimino fourth. Colin McQueen has not been really able to make any inroads on getting by Massimino either. Right behind them is Donovan Bonilla. You got to go 2.5 seconds back to Blake Nash.
Yeah, Blake Nash, I mean, at one point was making some gains on everyone. He's still making gains, I believe, on third on back, but the top two have started to really walk away as there's yellows in the last turn. Is that the help that Garrison needed? Two together. That is Quentin McPherson and the 57 of Victor De Allen car. They were around the mid-teens and have gotten the karts lodged together at the exit of turn 14.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll down to find out where they were on the racetrack. They've already fallen all the tail. That was a lap ago. So, indeed, those two drivers out of it there. Not in a place that really worried about a pass. So at this point here, we're clean. But look at this. Norberg trying to see if he can't stretch away. Man, what would it be for this driver to come out of the gate again with a couple of wins to start the season? And again, a driver you don't want to give momentum to. Ryan Norberg looking for that 10th major national title. It could happen if he, again, gets out of the gate strongly with a couple of wins here at SpeedSports.
Vast differences to me watching their strengths and weaknesses. Norberg's really maximized turns 8 and 9, especially while leading, obviously. But Garrison looks good coming out of the infield hairpin. And then the last turn, Norberg a little better today than where he was yesterday. He seemed a bit kind of unstable. Looked reminiscent of how the last turn for him looked in Orlando, where the back end would just step out as the race went on worse and worse. And yesterday it seemed like there was still a little bit of that in those long, low-speed corners. And the similar one to that last turn to Orlando to me, Rob, is turn 14 here. It kind of has that slowly widening exit. And for Ryan Norberg, it was a weak point. It was a pressure point that Garrison was able to over-under him in the pre-final to get the lead and the win. And it was where, up until that last lap, he had him covered. And then just barely, Ryan was able to get the better of him. But right here today seems to be the strong point of the 6 car. Now, as we watch the run to 4 to go. What's this last turn? It's a big send. It's an aggressive send. Austin Garrison taking advantage of his first chance in about 6 laps. And he's got him back.
Yeah, I have to feel like he was thinking that same thing. Listen, I cannot let Ryan pull away here. He's been very, very, very good. He's gapping me a little bit here and there. If I get a good run through a corner, I gotta take the shot at it, and he does. Will that bring Aiden Ingrata back into the fight? I don't know. Norberg just tucked himself back again. We'll see how it plays out. These two drivers have been the class of the field here this weekend to start off the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour for 2025. Garrison trying to see if he can even the score with Norberg on main event wins. 16 down. We'll have 3 to go when they get back to the line.
It was a good catch here as Norberg resets to try and close back up to the number 6. That Paulie Massimino was fending off a hard-charging Caden McQueen last lap and kind of was able to feed him to Donovan Bonilla beginning right here out of this last turn. And so now the number 5 has a bit of a gap, a bit of breathing room back there for 4th. McQueen is lodged in a battle with Dono. 2.5 laps to go now as they head through turns 4 and 5. And we're back to another mono fight again. It is deja vu. It is chance number 2, opportunity number 2 for Garrison and Norberg to get it one up on the other. Caleb.
Thank you. There's a big pass here in between Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, but I've seen a big difference in line in between these two. Ryan, whenever he's really pushing on that tire, he's aggressive on the curves in 8 and 9, and the same with Austin. And when he's just coasting, he stays off the curves. But you're going to see these guys go all in and give every single corner all they got as they continue to fight.
I wanted to give the mic there to Caleb, thinking that they weren't going to go at it that early, Rob.
Yeah.
They did. It's a white line fest now. Norberg low. He may not have needed to go that low, but it did save Garrison, as now Garrison is all over him. 2 to go. The gloves are off. This is not the tight and easygoing, respectful racing we've been used to. Garrison wants to beat Norberg. He knows he had his shot yesterday. He's not letting this one slip away.
Aiden and Grada just hoping that the fight gets going really quickly here. Down to the inside goes Norberg. Indeed, side-by-side coming over. Garrison going to try to do the over-under coming through. We even had a little bit of wheel banging when they worked their way through here last time. Garrison back to the inside in turn number 9.
Textbook over-under. Took 4 turns to pull off. Now, it is a shot at redemption. Same exact position as a day ago, Rob. Austin Garrison coming to the white flag with the lead to the final sector. Goes way wide through the kink. Here's Norberg with a crossover. He'll pull alongside. Wheel to the kink as they bang tires.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to complete it. Garrison holds.
And Norberg looked over his shoulder. He knows that Ingrata is coming. The more they fight here, the more another SCR soldier may be coming to the scrap. Here comes Ingrata. He's up on the wheel. Norberg knows he is outmatched up front right now. He's the only driver there. He'll go way to the outside. Look how close Ingrata is right now. He is right there with him. He's going to stick it in here pretty soon. Norberg going to try to go over-under. Coming through turn number 8 and 9. Back to the bottom of the racetrack through turn number 9. It is still right now Garrison out front.
He positioned the kart perfectly there. Norberg had no answer. He'll give him a little love tap now. Here comes Ingrata. Norberg's got to deal with the 55. 3 karts all together to the last turns on the racetrack of the weekend as well. Ingrata opens up. Norberg low. Garrison with the lead to the kink. Austin Garrison wins round 2.
Oh, that's good old school wheel-to-wheel racing right there. Garrison and Norberg took the gloves off, as we hoped, for the last 3 races, and he ties it up. A win for Norberg, a win for Garrison, and I'll tell you, Aiden Ingrata came in there to keep both of those drivers honest. He made it fun at the very end. I'll tell you, Norberg did whatever he could. He was trying to over-under, just couldn't quite make the pass happen. That was good stuff right there.
Austin Garrison, your main event winner today for the final in Pro X30. Speed Concepts Racing on top. Rollison Performance Group P2 with Ryan Norberg. And we go down to the scale lines with Caleb as the top 2 roll on in.
Here, we're going to speak to Austin Garrison here shortly. And it's been a long day, a long weekend for Austin, but he's able to get it done, and you see him and Aiden going back and forth. Yesterday didn't go your way. Today, Austin, you get it done. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, we knew yesterday where we messed up in the main event. We had made a couple small adjustments for the final. We were lacking a little bit in the pre-final, and it was just enough to keep up with Ryan. I think Ryan's pace was, it's kind of tough because when I lead, you have a little bit cleaner track and not so much of an air wash, but I was just fast enough to get back up to him and made a pass on the second to last lap over and under, and then learning from my mistakes, coming to the last corner, I was able to go and block just enough. I think Paulie caught up, so we kind of had to go and run a blocking line as well, and it was just enough for me to go win.
Yeah, I think you're good here on the scale, so we're going to roll through. So it is provisional, but, learning from yesterday, how good does it feel to start the year off with a bang, I should say, here, Austin?
It's amazing. For our second go at it in the Pro Tour, we finally got a win, and the team's stoked. We've been due for a win for a while, and I can't thank those guys enough. They do an amazing job. We all put our heads down, and we just nonstop working. So it's awesome.
Congrats, Austin. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
We'll move on here with Ryan Norberg as well, who, again, got the win yesterday. Fell just short here today. That was a rough one, it seemed like.
It's unfortunate that we lost, but I think, the race overall was good for us. We had good pace. I thought I was a little faster out front, and basically just the turns, the tables turned from yesterday. I think I had more of the pace out front this time. But Austin, I think, knew that, and he would, as soon as I would feel like I was starting to break away, he'd make a pass. I got lucky with a couple yellows in the last corner because that's really the one corner that he was like really good in. So I got a couple lucky with that, and then at the end, I was trying to get a run on Austin, but then once Aiden caught us, it was just kind of like I had to defend with him, and that was it at the end. I think maybe we could have done a crossover somewhere, if the things went my way, but I mean, once you get somebody there, it's just everybody's got to block.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, man.
You can hear how much out of breath they are as well. I mean, that was a 20-lap slug match, or slugfest, grudge match between Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. So many good angles at the battling here. Got to give a huge kudos to this hardworking team here this weekend. We did a lot of experimentation. And Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, another great fight. Aiden Ingrata was so close. Let's go down to pit lane here with Caleb to hear from the rest of the aftermath.
Aiden, it almost seems like your eyes lit up in that last little display there in the last lap. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them battling, and I just was like, okay, let's push more, because I thought it was just gonna be P3. But yeah, good fun. The pace was quite good, and yeah.
I know you're quite sick, so I'll keep it nice and short here. But how difficult was that race? It was long, it was physical, and obviously you're feeling a little bit under the weather today.
Yeah, it was. It was physical. I'm very sick, so my physicality this weekend has been a lot worse. I was a lot more tired than I usually was, and I think that's what got them. I think that's what benefited them more.
Thank you, Aiden. Rest up.
Thank you.
He still muscled that thing up to the podium. Kudos to Aiden Ingrata. What a drive.
For me, that was the thing I thought was so exciting about that race. I would love to know if Austin knew that he was there to the point where maybe he tried to back Ryan up to him a little bit and then made that move late. You saw at one point that he looked over his shoulder, not I think at Ryan, but more back to see where Aiden was, and I wonder whether or not he potentially decided to use that.
Let's take it back to the Coastal Lake Printing race recap for Pro X30, our final main event on the weekend. The last bit of on-track activity from Houston, and after the switchback hairpins have claimed so many over the weekend, including a lot of the contenders over the last 3 sessions leading into this one, even for Pro X30, it was nice to see them all get through and cleanly make it through that first lap. Austin Garrison, of course, quickly going by Donovan Bonilla to keep Norberg in his targets. And, well, beyond 8, this is where the gaps began to open. Colin Lloyd got the business right there in the last turn. Olin Galley picked up 8 on the opening lap, and I think the chaos for all of them made it where there was really only 6 in frame. At points, there was only these 2 in frame here with a lot of back and forth, and especially later in the race, you'll see things started to get a little bit more aggressive bit by bit. First here with this big send and close quarters action of Garrison getting the upper hand on Norberg, and Norberg saying, yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah, listen, that was a place exactly that Ryan said. He thought that Austin was a bit better than him coming through that corner, and there's that move to the inside once again. And Key had to get the job done. They kept fighting each other. All these great moves to the inside. Back comes Ryan for that pass there, but look at right on the inside. This is when it started to get a little bit heated, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Norberg, he and Paulie Massimino tangled en route to Ryan's win earlier this month, and when asked about it, he said, look, man, this is what it's like racing at the front. You're not giving an inch. You've got to take it from your other competitors. And he's like, you think Joe Turney turns in on me, or he just lets me by? No, he's going to crowd me. He's going to make me earn it. He did the same to Garrison, but you can see once the left sides touched the edge of the dark and got into the marbles, there Ryan was a passenger, and the gap opened up, and he had to go back to work. He forced Austin to block, and he did. And then he made him pay right here with an over-under. At this point in the event, I thought this might have been it. It might have been deja vu, but Garrison held the lead in the S's, and the last turn of the last lap is where it came down to, and it was a little bit easier there this day because Aiden Ingrata was able to get close and play spoiler. He forced Ryan to have to protect for second, and there was nothing that he could do to really challenge Austin from that point. And Austin Garrison claims his first win of the year.
What a fantastic way to cap off this year's Winter Nationals. That kind of a battle with two of the best, of course, in the sport. You throw in Grade in there as well. Good run for Paulie Massimino, working his way up to P4. But just to have drivers like this going at it, gloves off, full-on battle. I've always said this before, you put two drivers on the racetrack and they have a fight like that, it's worth watching, right? That's all it takes in motorsports is two cars. That was a fantastic battle, and again, a well-deserved victory for Austin Garrison.
We have enjoyed amazing action for 5 days straight, and 2 of them here for full live coverage from SpeedSports Racing Park here in Houston. The facility's first ever time hosting SuperKarts USA and the SKUSA Pro Tour, the biggest SKUSA Pro Tour on record, and it's not even close. 317 drivers here this weekend. It's hard to even pack another car into this place. The entire New Caney area has felt the presence of the North American karting community, and there has been a lot of on-track action to write back home about when the traveling circus disperses here tonight and tomorrow and heads onward. Of course, well, there was a lot of talking points today alone. Micro Swift with a great show here racing to the line. Mini Swift, great as well. Dutch Westbrook, of course, scoring a big-time win right there. In KA100 Senior, well, there was a big pile-up, unfortunately, again, and Oliver Calvo. At least this time he didn't get up and over, Rob, but sadly he was still too high up for the tires to be touching the ground. Beyond that, KA Senior, it was a good battle, another good talking point. Up until the last couple laps, a little non-traditional of a finish, if you will, because the battling for second with a couple laps to go just spurred enough to give Diego Ramos a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, Diego had a great run there, as we know, when the fighting got super, super close, and he was able to get away cleanly. Frankie Mossman was right in the middle of it. We know James Overbeck was out there scrapping as well. A number of drivers trying to fight it out for the position, but a really solid victory there for Diego Ramos.
Then we moved on to X30 Junior here with Jackson Porter and Leonardo Saravalli leading our field to green. After the back of that KA Senior pileup, I was hoping that we would get everybody through turns 6, 7, and 8. There was a couple dropped tires, but thankfully, for the most part, we did. We had them safe and by. But Alexander Vanchev, able to double up, able to blow a kiss to the crowd with another dominant performance. And so we switched over to Mini Swift then next up here. Asher Pavon making his name known, his presence known here today as Jaden Francisco tangled with Win Godshock, and that race I can only imagine has got to still be discussed in the officiating room. This race here, well, there's a lot to talk about, but in my opinion, it was all fair game, and it was a ton of fun to watch. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, 2 of the all-time greats of their generation, 2 that will go down in the history books and be talked about for years to come. Led us to green. 38 drivers for Pro X30, and another mano-a-mano fight here for the SKUSA Pro Tour. You end the day with a great race. Everyone goes home happy. I don't think you could have had that one much better, Rob.
Man, pass after pass after pass. We wasn't one of those ones where you just 2 drivers running away either. Each one wanted to be up front. Each one wanted that clean air to take care of the front tires. In the end, though, Austin Garrison, with a huge battle, was able to come away with the big victory. And again, as I said, gloves were off all race long.
The conditions have challenged the drivers. It's challenged us as well. But for everyone here in attendance in New Caney, Texas, the entire SpeedSports Racing Park crew and the Rudolph family that have done everything to welcome this event, for SKUSA and for Kart Chaser, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Welcome back, everybody, here to SpeedSports Racing Park. We are live with our top 3 finishers from our Pro Shifter main event. This year had a lot of changes to the format. I want to actually start off with that before we get into a lot of your guys' weekends. So, Gavin, going over to you, right? This year, it had 2 heats. It had a pre-final based on the heat results, and then we took the pre-final, and the way that SKUSA was the easiest way for them to be able to make it official quick from there into calculating was if you're starting in second in the pre-final, that's 2 points, and if you finish 4th, it's 4 points, as if they were 2 different heat races, right? Instead of keeping that tally going, and then obviously the main we kept nice and long. So from your perspective, how did this weekend go? Do you feel like it was a good gauge, like the best performers over the weekend ended up near the front?
Yeah, I think so. The format was really cool. I know at least once during the double yellow, I looked out into the crowd and just saw all the people that were lining the fences here, and it was really cool to see that. I think the way that the time was structured with the schedule was really good for the sport.
Yeah, Billy, kind of over to you. Same type of question, and I'll add on to it too with the shifting of the main event to be the first one today. Was that able to help you as a guy who's got to pack your own trailer a little bit earlier, but also did that help fill the fences, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, people being able to look at the schedule and know exactly what time the shifter grid was going to roll off helps a lot, especially for the viewers at home. And then I really like the new format. I mean, I was a fan last year of doing the 2 heat races back-to-back. This way it gives us a little more time. I don't mind it. Kind of Saturday's more about sprint race, and then you roll into Sunday. You got that 14-lap pre-final with those old tires. So that was an interesting one today. Luckily, we had some pretty good pace on the older tires. We looked after them pretty well on Saturday. And then the 25-lap main, I think, it's the star of the show. I mean, even between the 2 of us, it came down to the very last lap. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the format. I really like the amount of laps that we're getting and the amount of different types of racing that we're getting. I really like the Super Pole format, even though it might not be my personal strong suit. No, it was really good. And then, yeah, being the first main of the day, I'm still loading my trailer up over there with Luca and Jonathan, but we're making progress.
Yeah, probably a little bit better, I'm sure, than the Winter Nats from last year. Mateus, kind of over to you, right? I mean, of the 3 of you guys here, you're our international star. You're the guy that's back and forth out of a suitcase. I mean, we all kind of are on this traveling circus, but your suitcase gets a lot more miles than ours does. So with this weekend being the first event, I mean, with this restructure, what do you think of it?
No, I think it's great. Everyone should be really proud of the work all you guys are doing, all the event, all you guys from Kart Chaser. That's awesome to have like such a big category, shifter category, as the first final of the day. I think that pushes more kids, more people to want to drive a shifter or want to watch a shifter race. So I think that's great, and I love the way you guys are making things and making America great on racing again. So right now in Europe, we have many drivers wanting to race in America. 2 years ago was not like that, and now there's some drivers that you ask, you want to race in Europe or in America? They say America, and I think that's something great. Every time I come to the track every new year, the event is huge. Every time bigger, 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 and every time more competitive, and that's great for our sport here.
Yeah, I think we should give you guys a chance to definitely talk about how you were able to best the competition today, all 3 of you, to end up on the box. Gavin, this weekend, I mean, hands down, right? These 2 have accolades that, fill a whole page. In your case, in Pro Shifter, you've stepped on the podium before at the Stars Series. You've had some good runs. You've had some good speeds here and there, but then this off-season, the big swap chassis brand, you guys now get to kind of be under the tutelage a little bit of Dom and what PSL's done motor-wise. I mean, did you feel pressure going into this weekend to perform, or was it just a feeling of I'm going the right way?
I think it was mainly a feeling of I'm going the right way. There was so much work that we did in the off-season November was the deciding factor of when we were switching the brand. So as soon as Vegas was over, wraps were off the semi, cart stands were getting peeled. I mean, I can't even begin to count the amount of hours that I worked this winter just getting everything ready. So to see it pay off here this weekend is really, really beneficial for me. And yeah, I think there's going to be more forward progress. Being with PSL in a partnership, we're able to bounce ideas off of me and Mateus. So I think it's very good as a team aspect for us to continue to improve.
Now, of course, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the main. I want to give you guys a longer chance to each talk about it a little bit too, right? Before we go back into some of the more happy stuff that we can all agree on about shifter racing being really, really good. So, Gavin, you know, Mateus put it pretty well, right? The growth of the feeling, really, of the sport here in America, shifter racing especially, it's been exponential the last couple of years. And then now you have this big spotlight. You guys know you're the first main of the day. You know that everyone's watching you on the last corner. Can you give a little bit of perspective of what it was like and what went through your head to go, all right, I'm going for it?
Yeah, there was tons going through my head at the time. Never anything that was intentional to take Billy out or get rid of him in any sense. It was a long race. We were both tired. I wanted to win more than probably anyone did, and yeah, I just went for it. We both got into the braking zone. I was on him pretty hard in the braking zone, and I was able to get underneath him. So to me, it's racing. There's a lot of defending that goes on in racing now. We raced clean the whole race. I gave him room when he went to pass me. He gave me room when I was able to get around him. I'm not sure what happened a couple of times. It looked like there was an issue in the last corner, but yeah, I mean, I don't think that anything I did was wrong in a sense, but I think there's going to be plenty more racing between me and Billy in the future, and I'm sure it's going to be just as dramatic as it was today, but I'm ready for it, and I know he is too.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, you know, the evolution of the sport and the racing here, we're still only at one main event. There's only so many shots you get at this, you know. Was there a thought at any point in those last couple laps, I don't know if I'm going to be in a spot like this for a while ever again? I mean, you know, you think about it again, these guys have won quite a bit. This was your first. So was there like, I got to go. I don't want to be the guy that finishes second and then no one hears from again.
Yeah, right. That's 100% the thought process that goes behind it. I mean, I'm in the position to fight for a race win. There's not one lick of me that wasn't going for it. So I know these guys would have done the exact same thing. I'm sure I've seen them do the exact same thing. So to me, it's racing. I'm excited that I was able to pull out with the win, but yeah, I think I'm going to be there for more opportunities to take those victories in the same fashion or cleaner. So I think that it's going to be a great season for all of us.
Now, Billy, over to you. You've had obviously a few hours to probably get some frustration out packing the trailer. I know there was a lot of back and forth too after any race like that, right? We've had plenty of elbows up races. You've been on the side of both, where you've won race control. You felt like you got your argument across, and they agreed. Sometimes they don't, but now with a couple hours cooled off, how do you kind of you know, summarize and make it up or explain it from your perspective here?
I mean, as the old guy of the class, I mean, we were just talking on the way over here. I think I got 13 years on him and 12 years on him. I've been doing this for a long time. So, I mean, I can race however the officials want us to race. You know, I try to, you know, I think I've earned my reputation as the driver out on the racetrack. I mean, I pretty much stay out of incidents. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I DNF'd a race due to a crash. So, with that said, you know, I raced Gavin very clean. You know, gave him plenty of room, and you know, when it's my day, I'm gonna go for it. And today felt like my day. So yeah, we had a little issue there. I think I just spoke. I actually had a little piece of rubber get stuck in the brake rotor and almost ripped the wheel out of my hand. So Gavin got back by, raced him clean. And yeah, at the end of the race, yeah, he gave me a little tap going into the last turn, knocked me loose, and he got by. So, you know, I wasn't really trying to file a protest or nothing. I just wanted to talk to the race director and understand, like, you know, what is and isn't allowed. So we know moving forward, like, what is the line that we're going to, you know, split here in Pro Shifter, because I know there's a lot of people that look to us on the track for, you know, to dictate how to race in many of the other categories. So I think, you know, it's our job to be, you know, a role models and to race the way that, you know, we want the sport to evolve, you know, in that direction. So, you know, the officials decided that that's okay. So, you know, Gavin's got a long road ahead of him. So, you know, in this class, you got to earn your reputation. So how you race others, you know, it comes back to you one way or another. But, you know, we're still friendly off the track. It's, you know, now we know how we got to race.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone on the stage here has had run-ins with plenty of drivers over the years, but it's different, right? I mean, we were joking, like you said, you've been at this for a while. You've been around the block on every different scenario. So As a former moto guy too, though, you know, I was telling my guys about it because it's obviously pretty hotly debated, and I think split down the line if you look at some of the feedback online already, and I'm sure a lot of the same in the pit area of people that are like, man, that's going for it. That's a guy that is willing to think about nothing else but being the first of the checkered flag at any opportunity, right? And we've seen that plenty of times this weekend and plenty of other classes where kids put it in the officials' hands.
Yep.
So at least they tried, right?
Yep. And I can respect that. I mean, I can respect
the
position that he's in and him going for it. I mean, for him to show the speed and the maturity that he did all weekend on the track, you know, it's impressive, and it's, you know, really encouraging for me to see the younger kids that have been just driving shifter now for just a few years already be able to compete at this level. It's fantastic. You know, it's really good to see. So, yeah, it's just like I said, you know, you got to earn your reputation in this sport.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I bring up the moto part only because in talking with them, you know, there are plenty of wipeouts in Supercross. You and I are huge Supercross fans, right? Moto fans. That's still obviously your background, right? And anytime you ask any of those riders, they're like, dude, you don't understand like how much goes into this and how big of a payout that move was.
Yeah.
You know? And both of you guys feel that. You know, family-run business in your case, Gavin, and obviously same exact deal here for you, Billy. So the difference of prize money, that move, that's $2,500 there. Gavin, you lost out on the Circle of Champions last year too, off a crash at Newcastle that bumped you from 9th in the points to it's outside the top 10. So, but is that kind of your take on it? I guess like, look, it's you do what you want to do, but we're still going to meet again. So
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I feel like the three of us are going to be racing on track for a long, long time. So, you know, I don't mind moves like that. Like, man, if it's halfway through the race and he gives me a bump and he goes under, you know, hey, he shows me he has more speed, he wants to get in front and push, I'm all cool for it. Last lap, last turn, I'm still super cool with it. Like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Now we know going into the next race, hey, there's going to be some love. And I'm cool to race with it. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to try to, you know, keep it respectful and make sure it doesn't get out of hand. But at the same time, you know, it's just knowing what is and isn't allowed.
Mateus, what do you make of this? Europe has probably everything over in Europe for many, many years would end up working its way here, but about 3 to 5 years delayed, it felt like. I watch a lot of European races now, and there's a lot more defending. You and AJ, obviously, I feel like a lot of your guys' clash is a total difference of mentality, right? He doesn't like some of these last-second, far-back, aggressive braking moves. He wants to crowd you for the end of the corner. You're like, if I see color, I'll give you the corner for the most part, but I want you to do the same to me if I send it from 3 cars back. So a defensive move, but a bump and run last turn. How do you play that?
It's hard, you know. I'm not the one that was there, so I cannot say anything about any of them. I mean, I would be really angry about it, but at the end, if the steward says, okay, it's okay. You have nothing to do. Race is done. That's the final result. I mean, I will take that. I took this for my future now as well. I know if I'm second in the last lap, I can do that, and I won't win the race. I already told them, I say, if I'm second in the last lap, I'm not losing the race. I mean, for me, like what happened now is inside the rules. But that's something they should think about it in the future, because it's not normal. If it was in Europe, you would get a penalty. Even if there you're more like, let's say, less rules racing. There you have more contacts, you have more like the guys on the outside, you push him out. It's different racing, but a bump like this, they would like give a penalty right there. And I see here the rules are a bit different, but I mean, as I say, for this race it's okay, so that's what it matters.
What's your preference?
I prefer not happening that, to be honest. Like, I'd rather try to send in the inside and maybe both go out than happening like that. Yeah. But yeah, it's hard. I mean, I cannot blame Gavin. I understand Billy, but it's a hard situation.
I want to pass the mic to some of the guys here. Caleb, I'll start with you. What do you have for the fellas?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I want to look ahead, boys, to the next round at MCC. Obviously, Gavin, you live on property. Billy, you've won there. Mateus, you've won there as well on the national scene. What are you guys kind of looking forward for that weekend, the next round of the SKUSA Pro Tour?
I guess I'll start because we open next week. So I've got to finish packing up our tent here in the next couple hours, and then yeah, we're gonna head back home. We open Tuesday, so it's all full speed ahead now for us. So getting ready for Stars as well is going to be very difficult. So I mean, just this schedule this year is crazy for us as a team and as a family, but it's something that we love and we're willing to do. So yeah, these guys are both very good at MCC. I've got more laps than both of them though, so and now I'm on a package that I really trust and I can feel is very fast. So I think both of them are going to have quite a lot on their plate at MCC, but at the same time, it's home track. I got to defend turf, and it's going to be difficult. There's going to be a lot of nerves, I guess, but we'll play it by ear.
Billy?
Yeah, from here, tomorrow we're doing another demo with the FZ shifter engines over in Katy at the Gulf Coast Karters, and then we get ready for the next Pro Kart Challenge race over at Spring Mountain, and then really just getting ready for MCC in 2 months. So yeah, really looking forward to going back to that track. Now with the work we've put into the chassis and the engine program with Garblos, we were fast there both times last year. A little bit of unfortunate luck at the Pro Tour race, but coming away with the win at Stars. So yeah, I think I'm, actually honestly coming into this weekend, I wasn't really expecting us to be as fast as we were. I wasn't really thinking this track was going to be one of our strong suits, yeah, I feel like we listened to what the chassis was asking us, listened to what the tires were asking of us, and just kind of really tuned the chassis. Probably one of the best weekends that I have in my 16 or 17 years of karting now. So yeah, kind of taking that experience with me, understanding the chassis more and more. I mean, we're only 5 years into this factory karts program, and even then we've made changes on the chassis and the frame, year in and year out. So now being on the same frame really from summertime of last year until this year, just learning exactly what it likes here and there in different weather and different track configurations and different asphalt. Yeah, really excited to go back to MCC and show what we got.
Mateus?
Yeah, excited for sure after my win last year. But I mean, it's always a new race week. We never know what to expect. We never know the tires we will get. We never know how the race will go. But I mean, excited. I think we can do really good there. For sure, they will be fast. For sure, we'll have other drivers that were a bit in the back these race that will be in front there, especially AJ, that is a really fast driver there. I think we'll be excited. I'm really excited for that. Tomorrow I go home. Unfortunately, I don't get to drive there like Gavin will drive. But
schedule some testing.
Yeah, but yeah, excited, especially to get there this year and all Gavin knows about the track, all the tricks he have there. Maybe I can learn something from him.
Yeah, following up on you, this one's from Emery. He's actually back in the production room, Mateus, but this one's directly for you. These 25-lap mains, last year, you had everybody covered in the last 7-8 laps of it. The last quarter, third of a race, nobody was as good on the tires as what you were able to be. I mean, you could charge from seconds back. You did it at Vegas, too. What was the difference, you think? Did everyone figure something out between, the end of, say, the Winter Series and a year going at it, and then the Winter Nats here?
I was just low. All week. All week slow. I think I tried just to maximize what I could do in the final. And that was all I could do today. That was all I could do this week. I mean, I'm sure the team knows what we can improve. We already found what we can improve and what we can do different. But that's what I had for this week. I had nothing more. I mean, usually I'm really strong in the finals. But this time, since the first lap, I was not feeling good at all. I knew it would be a very hard race. I was just hoping for them to fight a bit, because if they fight, maybe I could join them. But I mean, I was too far back, so yeah.
Kyle, do you have any questions really quick? I know we've got room for about 2 more minutes, I think.
Just wrapping up. First, Gavin, you mentioned you have a lot of laps at MCC, and looking forward to round 2. It's the script writers did a really great job because you have Gavin's home track. Billy won there at Stars last year, and obviously Mateus is the defending winner. So first to Gavin, is there any extra pressure? Like you said, that's home turf, and with the pace you've been showing this season, you look like you have a really good shot.
Yeah, I think of course we have a really good shot. Obviously, being on the TKG Burrell Art USA package and having Mateus as a teammate. We're going to be able to bounce ideas off of each other. But, yeah, there's, of course, pressure. You're expected to do well. You live there. So, yeah, I'm not going to put too much pressure on myself. I'm probably going to test as much as I can, balancing work and all these other races that we have going on. But, yeah, I think it's going to be a good fight between the three of us. I don't think a scriptwriter could have wrote it any better, for sure. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I love racing these guys.
All right, that's it. Yeah, last questions to wrap up. I'll give each of you guys a chance to kind of sign off. So, Mateus, we'll start with you. This day, maybe it's sinking in for you. You're becoming one of the elder statesmen now in Pro Shifter. We still got a few more years to Billy. But no, in all seriousness, this is pretty special. The viewership was tremendous, and I'm sure you guys are probably going to want to turn your phones off for a little bit after this and then let it cool in over the week. But this is you three being up here, being a part of this podium, a part of this race, a part of the day is pretty special. Does it feel that way to you?
Yeah, obviously, always being the podium is special, especially when you're fighting as hard as you can to be there and giving your best. You see all the effort, all the team, everyone is putting. As I said before, this is such a huge event for America, so everyone's pushing themselves to the limits and racing against strong drivers, competitive drivers. That's great. I mean, so yeah, that's all I can say.
Billy, same thing to you. I mean, you're now a part of a lot of big memories in American kart racing and still are. What does today mean?
I mean, it's a lot. 1 year ago, I would have been thrilled just with a podium. You know, just for the chance to be racing at the podium. Even just to show our pace a couple times throughout the weekend was good enough for where we were at, you know, in the company and as a brand. And now, basically coming into the weekend, you know, mindset on the championship and executing very well throughout the weekend, and you know, to be upset at a second place and to come away really healthy in the points. Yeah, I think it says a lot for how far we've come in the last 12 months. And how far forward we're looking in the future. So yeah, I mean, it's super special. You know, the field being, you know, basically the first sold out pro shifter class we've had since I can't even remember.
I'm not sure. I was going back and forth with Rob. It's been at least about a decade, and even then, that'd be double counting S1 and S2
yeah,
together.
I think I remember S2 selling out like once or twice somewhere around there at 2016 or 17. So it's just really, really cool to see. You know, the hype around the shifter kart racing. I think you guys have been doing a killer job, you know, hyping it up. You know, even the little kids that come to the fences, and, you know, everybody wants to drive a shifter now. So I think, you know, we're doing a good job of, you know, putting the racing, you know, as a spectacle. And it's not just, you know, runaway races so much anymore. I think every one of the last few races have been, you know, wild and interesting to watch. And, you know, it develops throughout the weekend. You know, the guy that puts it on pole isn't always the guy that wins the race. And so I think that's really healthy for the class and really healthy for the sport. And yeah, I'm really excited to see where this year goes.
Gavin, I'll give you the mic to sign it off. You're the guy that's going to be standing at the top of the step here in a little bit with Podiums. So what do you have to say with the last bit of the mic in your hand?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great weekend. Exactly what both these guys said. They can't believe how many shifters there were this weekend. This is a class that I love to race in. I've looked up to him for as long as I can remember. So to be able to have an altercation with him on track it's like a dream come true for me. But yeah, and Mateus as well. I've got the utmost respect for him. So both these guys are great. I look forward to racing them even more this year, especially Billy. And yeah, I'm excited to see where this season goes.
Thanks for the time, fellas.
Thank you.
We're going to take a commercial break, everyone. We'll be back with Podiums here in just a few moments.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the
All right, everyone, we are going to go ahead and get started with our podium ceremonies. Now the results are official. We appreciate all of you hanging around. We know a lot of you have flights to catch, so we'll go as fast as we can. No speaker? Check. Check, check, check. When everybody sees how much gas I got. Huh? Check, check. Yeah, but it's on my end. Check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Check, check.
Apologies about the false start, everyone. Let's get podiums done. Here we go. KA Junior, presented by TKG B-Roll Art USA. Third place today, Jose Halfan. Second place today in KA Junior, Max Weiland. And your main event winner in TKG B-Roll Art, KA Junior, Cole Madero. All right, trophies up nice and high, real quick, real fast, fellas. Give it up for your KA Junior podium. All right, next up, it'll be the youngest stars. Also, if you're already in the top 3 in your class, everyone besides Master Shifter has some prizes, some cash, or either or for each day. So make sure you go ahead and make your way up to the desk if you haven't already. For Velocity Racing, Soda USA Micro Swift. Third place today, Brody Stoffel. Second place in Velocity Racing by Sodi, P2 and Micro Swift, Zev Gottschalk. And a hero at home, your main event winner in Micro Swift, Dutch Westbrook. All right, trophies up nice and high, boys. Give it up for your Micro Swift podium. Next up, we'll just go in the order from the practice day. It'll put PSL Karting Pro Shifter as our next class we'll call up to the stage. Third place today in PSL Karting Pro Shifter, Mateus Morgado. P2 today in PSL Karting Pro Shifter, Billy Musgrave. And your main event winner, a first career Pro Shifter win for Gavin Bailiff. What a race these three put on here, fellas. Trophies high above your heads here, and give it up for your Pro Shifter podium. We'll go back-to-back with shifter divisions following this one. Rocket Racing Company Master Shifter are going to be next up. Third place today in Master Shifter, Skitchy Barnes. Second place in Master Shifter, Scott Presti. And your main event winner in Master Shifter, Scott Hargrove. All right, Master Shifter fellows, we appreciate you guys hanging around. Trophies high above your heads, and give it up for your Master Shifter top 3. KA Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports, will be our next up division to call to the top 3 spots. Third place in KA Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports, went to Donovan Bonilla. P2 today in KA Senior, Frankie Mossman. And your main event winner in KA Senior, Diego Ramos. I'm digging the hats here, fellas. Give it up for your top 3 in KA Senior. X30 Junior, presented by Rawlson Performance Group, will be next up here for our X30 Juniors. Third place today, Tristan Murphy. Second place today in RPG X30 Junior, Ashton Woon. And your main event winner in RPG X30 Junior, dominant through this weekend, Alexander Vinchev. Trophies high above your heads, boys. Give it up for X30 Jr. Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift will be next up. We'll call our second to last division, and then Pro X30 will close out our podium ceremonies for you. You can take some more pictures afterwards. SCR Mini Swift, third place, Jaden Francisco. Second place today in SCR Mini Swift, Asher Pavon. And your main event winner, Enzo De Janeiro. Trophies, give them, put them above your heads, boys. Give it up for your Mini Swift podium. And finally, Pro X30, presented by Kart CRG USA. Third place today, Aiden Ingrata. Second place in Kart CRG USA Pro X30, the number one, Ryan Norberg. And what a show put on by everyone on the podium. But the top step today goes to number 6, Austin Garrison. And to close out the SKUSA Winter Nationals, one more time, crowd, as Austin hops up to the top step. Boys, trophies high above your heads. Give it up for your Pro X30 podium.